Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the City Council Stadium Authority meeting. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Confirmation of a quorum, Assistant City Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, confirming quorum.
Thank you. We have 3 items of closed session. City Attorney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, item 1A is conference with labor negotiators. The city representatives in that are as listed. The employee organizations under discussion include Units 1, 2, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 9A, 9B, and 10. The second item is conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation. The case is Jane Roe versus Doe 1 et al. It's a Santa Clara Superior Court case number as listed. The final item is conference with real property negotiators. The property under discussion is at 3031 Corvin Drive in Santa Clara. The city negotiators are as listed with the addition of a representative from CBRE, Alex Wilson. The negotiating parties are the city and the Michael J. Boncero Living Trust. Under negotiation are provisions, price, and terms for payment for purchase of real property. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment on our closed session items? I don't see any in the council chambers. Do we have any online? All right, not seeing none, we will then adjourn to closed session and return at 7 p.m. for our regular meeting. Thank you. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to our Santa Clara City Council Stadium Authority Joint Concurrent Meeting. Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you. Please be seated. Roll call, Assistant City Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember, Board Member Gonzalez.
Present.
Councilmember, Board Member Shahal.
Present.
Councilmember, Board Member Park.
Here.
Councilmember, Board Member Jane.
Here.
Vice Mayor, Vice Chair Cox.
Here.
Mayor and Chair Gilmore.
Here.
I'd like to note for the record that Councilmember and Board Member Hardy will not be present today. She's absent.
A motion to excuse Councilmember Hardy.
Motion to excuse Councilmember Hardy.
Second.
So we have a motion to excuse Councilmember Hardy made by Councilmember Chahal, seconded by Councilmember Gonzalez. City Clerk? So that means all votes tonight will be roll call votes. I mean,
No.
On your
No?
iPads. On your, yeah, we don't need to do roll call votes tonight. She's absent. She's not
oh,
remote.
because she's absent. Okay, very good. Thank you. And that passes 6-0 of those present.
The AB 23 announcement, members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports and Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of behavioral standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as the presiding officer, the mayor's and chair's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude, and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation. For those of you that are participating this evening in the capacity of a registered lobbyist, we ask you to please identify yourself as such and disclose the clients and/or organizations that you represent. This is pursuant to City Code Section 2.155.110. Thank you.
Thank you. So good evening, everyone, and welcome. For today's meeting, the council's back in person and is conducting its meeting in a hybrid manner. The public is welcome to attend in person, and the city continues to use a Zoom feature to allow participation from your home or office. Members of the public can still join via the link and/or call into the Zoom meeting phone number shown on the screen now. If you would like to speak on an agenda item or during public presentations, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you're seeking to speak on is presented. Staff will enter your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and I will call on you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item and 3 minutes on public presentations. Those are reserved for topics not on the agenda. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower your hand to ensure members of the public are seeking to speak on the appropriate agenda item. So we'll now move on to the council agenda. Let me do a few things first, City Manager. Reports of action taken in closed session, City Attorney?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Council did meet on all 3 items listed on the agenda, 1A, 1B, and 1C. However, for item 1A, only units 4, 1, and 9 were discussed. Also, a note on item 1C, in addition to the city negotiators listed there were 2 representatives from CBRE that participated, Alex Wilson and Simon Clark. there were no reportable actions on any of the 3 items. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. Now, I'd like to turn, before we move on to the rest of the meeting, turn to the city manager who has some announcements to make.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor, members of council, members of the public. It's my pleasure to just take a moment tonight to introduce 3 new executives that have joined our team and that are helping to support the city of Santa Clara. So I'll give a brief introduction of each and then ask them to come to the podium for quick remarks. The first is a new IT director, Adam Kosterzak. He joins us from the city of Hayward, where he spent the last 10 years as their chief information officer. He's also most recently was Hayward's interim assistant city manager for 9 months and was tapped to come to the city manager's office and support the organization. We're so happy to have Adam here. And Adam?
Welcome, Adam.
All right. Yes, thank you. Very nice to meet all of you in person. Very excited to be here. When this opportunity came up, I was quite surprised. I've known Gara for many years. It's a very tight-knit IT community, so we've known each other for a while, and I know the work that he's done here, and am just looking to follow in his footsteps and build upon the successes we've had and take the city of Santa Clara to the next level. You know, while I was born and raised outside of the state, I've made this my home, been here almost 30 years, and just really love the Bay Area.
Well, welcome and thank you. And it's great to have you on board, and we all look forward to working with you.
All right. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Next up is another dynamic leader. Paulina Morales has joined our team as a temporary assistant city manager for the next 18 months to help out with a lot of the work we have going on, helping to advance city council priorities, organizational initiatives, and also to help with some of our community engagement efforts around 2026. So Paulina comes to us from the city of West Covina, where she was their city manager, before that their assistant city manager, as well as their community development director. So Paulina, will you come up and say a few words?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you much for that introduction, Javon. Very excited to be joining Santa Clara. It's given me a great opportunity to come back to the Bay Area where I'm originally from, so it's nice, very nice to be coming home. With 21 years of experience in the government sector, I'm very excited to bring that experience and help make Santa Clara, make it a better community, help in its growth. You guys are a very busy community with a lot going on, and so excited that I can just be a part of that. Just thank you very much for the opportunity, and I look forward to being part of this wonderful community and the team that Javon has here. Thank you.
Thank you. Some of us have had the pleasure of working with Paulina already on the Economic Development Committee, so thank you very much. We'll have great times ahead, for sure. Thanks, Paulina.
All right, and lastly, we have Mark Freitas, who's joined our team to help out with the implementation of our $400 million Measure I bond. So Mark comes to us having served as a director and chief bonds officer for a number of local school districts. He's also worked previously in the cities of San Jose and Sunnyvale in their public works departments. So with that, I will invite Mark to the podium.
Welcome, Mark.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. Thank you, City Manager Grogan. This is a great opportunity to come and join this organization, and I feel so fortunate to come in at a time when the council and the citizens of this community voted to enact Measure I. And so in my role here, I'll be leading that effort on many of the infrastructure projects that have been identified in the expenditure plan. And so we're working diligently right now to get that off the ground. And we're excited about really making a difference and raising that level of our community with the infrastructure on parks, the International Swim Center, to name a few, fire stations, police stations, training facilities. There's a lot of work to be done on the measure, and we're excited about getting that going. So thank you for this opportunity, and I look forward to working under our city manager's leadership and the strong leadership team he has throughout this organization. So thank you.
Thank you, Mark, and welcome to Santa Clara. I know you're no stranger to this area. I probably have about at least 30 people that want to talk to you already, so I hope that you have settled in before we send people your way.
I'm happy to meet
Thank
with
you.
everyone, so thank
Appreciate
you.
it. Welcome. Is that it? Thank you. Thank you, City Manager. All right, now we're going to go back to the agenda. Continuances, exceptions, reconsiderations. Do we have any from anyone? Anyone on the council? Anyone in the audience? Anyone online? All right, seeing none, we'll move to the consent calendar. All items are approved with one motion unless an item is pulled for discussion. Does anyone have an item to pull for discussion or perhaps a motion? Councilmember Jane.
Yes, I had a number of questions on item 2C, Tasman East, and 2D, the SVP Energy Efficiency Program, so I'm pulling those.
All right, is there anyone else? No one? Could I have someone put on their light to make a motion? Thank you, Councilmember Chahal.
Make a motion to approve rest of the consent calendar items.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion by Councilmember Chahal for the balance of the consent calendar, noting item 2C and D that were pulled, and seconded by Councilmember Gonzalez, Assistant City Clerk. And that includes the Stadium Authority Board consent calendar. I guess you're supposed to repeat it, Assistant City Clerk, the motion. You know, remember, we have to do that, yeah. I'm just staring at you, that's why. We haven't voted yet. Can you go in the microphone? Thanks.
The motion on the floor is to approve the balance of the consent calendar, which includes a stadium item.
Very good, thank you. And that passes unanimously of those present. All right, next is public presentations. Do we have any public presentations this evening? Oh. Kurt Vartan, please come forward. Welcome.
Thanks. I have a handout for you, so let me get this.
Okay. Let's wait till we all get them.
Okay. Good
Okay.
evening. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm here first to talk about the Agri-Hood a little bit. As you know, I'm a big fan. I've been working on that site personally, invested personally funds for over 20 years. But my current concern right now is the Agri-Hood design proposal or modifications is to slash the housing on the site by 75%. And there's some issues with the current development that have changed from the original plan. I'll just go over a couple. The affordable housing building was supposed to have housing on the first floor, and it does not. It was supposed to be a community kitchen that the public could access. There is not one. There were supposed to be weekly placemaking events. As far as I know, I think there's been less than a dozen. That's 104 weeks old now. The outdoor restroom was supposed to be for the public. It is private. The farm is meant for everyone. I was told it was for residents only. The original townhouses that were proposed were supposed to be for teachers and starters in the $600,000 to $800,000 range. They sold for upwards of $1.4 million. Much of the open space in the ground floor activation is currently in the rental site property line and is currently fenced off and unusable. So why can't the community use this open space now? Where is the community engagement? Hopefully our new community engagement person will get involved. Where's the innovation? So why do I bring this up? I bring this up because CORE made a promise to this city and this council that the community would have a mixed-use, mixed-income, urban ag farm-based community. And they got a great start. But the problem is a 361-unit development turning into 220 units now? 240 units. Really isn't in the spirit of what was to be created here. This site has gotten many accolades from many organizations. It's been shown as a gem for this city. It's been sustainable visioning. It's been a great asset for this community. And it seems like this change is really not in the spirit of what the community voted for, what the council voted for, and what CORE promised to deliver. So this was a first of its kind thing, and the innovation and intention should be honored as part of this development. And I would ask this council to hold the developer accountable to what they agreed to on their planned development permit, which is what they agreed to build. We know how to create better places. From the visionary Fred Kenton, Project for Public Spaces, he was very clear. It's all about placemaking and the ground floor. Please, please, please hold the developer accountable to build the placemaking paradise that Santa Clara started. Thanks very much.
Thank you. I'm hoping we can find out the, what was approved by the city and if they're following what was approved. So, city manager?
Sure, at a later date, we can schedule a verbal update for the city council.
Yeah, just to find out what, I do remember all those things that we agreed to, and I know the, what was followed through and what wasn't. That's good for us to know. Thank you. All right, we have 2669 phone number. Please unmute yourself. 2669. There you go.
Yes, good evening. My name is James Rowan. I'd like to wish again the city staff, the city council, and everyone in Santa Clara God's love. You all deserve it and you all need it. In Czech Jewish literature many centuries ago, the concept of the golem was developed. A golem was an artificially created monster that could be used for either good or evil, to help the community or to ring terror down on the community. Sadly, the San Francisco 49ers have become the second political golem that has decided to wreak havoc on the village to get riches for its masters. As much as a council manager form of government has been Santa Clara's jewel for over 70 years, it is now becoming, unfortunately, with the 49ers, an almost Soviet-style Politburo, where decisions are made at the Politburo at 4949, and then the government ministers are then directed by those Soviet-style party members at the 4949 to direct what's going on. Look at the recent phonetics contract. Look at the fact that I had Public Record Act requests going on for 4 months. 4 months to be told whether Mr. Park really got the dozens of emails he claimed in court by Mr. Becker. It was harassment. 4 months to be told whether Suds Jane actually worked on the Franklin Square. And as we remember, Mr. Jane wrote considerably how he should be exempt from the Public Records Act. The fact of the matter is, like I said, sadly, the golem can be used to wreak havoc on the town or to wreak its benefit. sadly, like I said, this golem, it's colored red and gold, has reached into the village like an old Grimm's tale and said, I've given you prosperity, now I want payment. And sadly, that's where we are. And as we know, the greatest disaster for the Soviet Union was Chernobyl. Well, the greatest disaster is awaiting us with a Super Bowl in the FIFA that has been built in secret. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other member of the public that would like to speak? I don't see any other hands, comments. Okay, thank you. Next, we have the consent items that were pulled for discussion. The first item is 2C, action on amendment number 6 to the agreement for professional services with Perkins and Will for the Tasman East specific plan and improved related budget amendment. Councilmember Jane, you pulled this item.
Yes, I did. So this is an amendment to the Tasman East area plan, and it's an amendment, but it's just on a few things, and I'm wondering about why we're only amending this part of it, given that there have been some changes in that area for the longest time. Originally, Tasman East at 45 acres was supposed to be 100 units per acre. It turns out that we essentially entitled 4,500 units on less than 45 acres, leaving somewhere between 10 and 15 acres for something else. And I've always advocated for more parks there. But staff decided that they were going to put 1,500 more units of housing there. But now one of the developments is that Related has had 9 acres being foreclosed upon. And so I'm wondering why we're not opening it up to looking at putting parks there, because if you look at 4,500 units, that's about 10,000 people at 2.6 acres per 1,000 residents. That should be 26 acres of parkland that we would need to create. And I've always been told, oh, well, we have the 35 acres at Related City Place, so we don't need parkland at Tasman East. But I have no idea what's going to happen with the parkland at Related, because their project has been delayed quite a bit. So I'm wondering why we're not looking at adding more parkland to the Tasman East property, because we have a lot of residents there and they need park space, and we can't wait for Related. So that's my primary question on why I think we should open this up even further than what the current amendment is. And I hear from staff, per my request, is, oh, well, we put the 1,500 units in our housing element, so that is, that we have to do the 1,500 units. And when we had to change our housing element, we ended up adding units on El Camino. And so we haven't included housing units at the station area plan either. So I think we could get the 1,500 units elsewhere in the city if we include the station area plan in El Camino. And I am just trying to figure out what is our plan for parks at Tasman East.
Are there any other questions from the council on this item? I see none. That's it for the questions. City staff?
Sure, Mayor, members of council. The city set about this work several years ago. We are coming here with an amendment for a number of items. I think a few of the items that Councilmember Jane raised would be an amendment to the scope of work that the city initially embarked upon, and in addition to some of the things here, also with potentially a change due to current market conditions. Before we talk about that, I'd like to have the director get up and to the podium and give a little bit more background on this scope of work as well as the 1,500 units that were, you're absolutely right, put into the housing element.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Councilmember Jane, for elevating and raising this question, and it's a really important question. So first, this specific plan was approved in 2018, and there was a lot of success with this specific plan, and there was an amendment introduced in 2019, and the amendment was related to adding a paseo. But at that time, the cycle was up, and the proposed number of units that were agreed to through the adoption of the specific plan through a council action were basically almost at capacity. So it was quickly recognized that additional units needed to be incorporated. And then let me take a step back. The housing element also was started at around that, a little bit after that time. Our RENA numbers were 19,000, approximately 19,000. So we took a very strategic approach with our RENA numbers and our housing element to locate those new units in many areas of the city, including what we saw as Tasman East being our most productive, transit-oriented community tied to the Bay Area region 2050 plan as well. And we were also tied to getting funding for this specific plan. So there are multiple strategic reasons that additional units were considered. So in terms of what we're proposing today, is very limited. It's very narrow in scope. It's a transportation analysis. The analysis looks at studying it, and then we will come back to you at a later time with the analysis for your direction. The analysis includes 3 components. The first component is adding more on-street parking on Cayo de Mundo. The second is looking at Lick Mill extension, which ties Tasman East to related to the north, and if that needs to be modified. And then the third is additional units. And all that will come back to you at a later time once that analysis is done. In terms of parks, the parks have already been quantitatively analyzed in the specific plan. It was studied in the EIR. It is a council action that was already taken. So we are considering adding an additional, I believe, 1 acre of new parkland. And then we will also be looking at creative ways to solve the parks. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, I mean, things have changed since these plans came into effect. I mean, really, this foreclosure of the 9 acres of related presents a terrific opportunity to put parks there that wasn't there before, and also the delay of the related city place, or whatever it's called, related Santa Clara Park, is really changes the conditions entirely, because these residents are moving in and they don't have access to parks. They have little tot lots. That doesn't do it for the kids that we need them to have real physical exercise.
That seems like a comment. Councilmember Gonzalez? No, City Manager, did you want to say something? Councilmember Gonzalez.
I was just going to mention, as far as the ability for parks and certain things, residing in that area and going to parks, using the Guadalupe Trail, and really looking at the future of our EIR and the parks that are going to be implemented here in the future, I don't see that. I understand that this change in ownership of the 9 acres there might bring up opportunities, but I think we have a plan that's in place, and we should kind of stick to the plan as far as trying to utilize that space. Affordable housing and housing in general is something that's needed. I mean, parkland is beneficial, but as we get some of these units online and get the parks implemented and built out, I think it's important. And the other thing is, just thinking about parks, I love parks, but it's limiting as far as being able to change them in the future for any other uses. And I think that the use that we have implemented for those 9 acres is something that we really need to push forward. And I'm sure somebody's going to step up and be our partner in developing those acreage. And it's not our property that I'm aware of, right?
I'm sorry, I didn't
The
understand.
9
that.
acres is not our property?
No,
No, it's
No.
not, yeah,
it's not.
yeah.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Councilmember Chahal, and then I'm now Park, and then I'm going to go to the public.
Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Chahal.
I agree that 35-acre so-called park in the north has been delayed beyond expectation, basically. And the expectation was that while we are building Tasman East 4,500 units, it will come side by side. And I fully understand Councilmember Jane's point, like our residents are deficient of park over there. And I'll support this motion of this particular because this is not related to that. But at the same time, we have to focus on providing the parkland to that community, basically. If we are increasing from 4,500 to 6,500 units, we need to focus on what we can do in a short term while we are waiting and waiting and waiting for the 35-acre park in the north side. So that should be staff's priority to take care of community needs. So those are my comments about that.
Thank you, Councilmember Park.
Yeah, I share that concern as well. As someone who's always talked about open space and the need for open space here, I mean, I know lots of projects where we've said we've added open space, and the open space wasn't usable open space. It was walkway areas, it was areas that could not be used for play. They were just there for vegetation. I remember with the Hearth apartment complex, we had a lot of issues like this, which is we put in supposedly 3 acres, and a lot of that was not usable. A lot of that was just in walkways. I have seen projects in this city, even during my term, where we have taken senior housing and we've remade that for general housing. We've taken the principles, we've taken the project plans that we approved, and we changed them after the fact. And changing them after the fact didn't make them better for the residents that had subscribed to the previous plan. We just had a gentleman come up here from the public about agri-hood and some of the things, the changes that were being made to the agri-hood that are not beneficial to the community. I mean, we can see how the developer benefits from that. And I'm going to say there's going to come a time where every project has problems. Every project is going to have their challenges. And again, I think Councilmember Chahal put it out very succinctly, which is we thought the expectation was that while we were building Tasman East, we will put these amenities in parallel. And in fact, seeing the amenities being built while the development is going up is the only guarantee that we have that the amenities will actually come. I've seen so many different projects, even with the Hearth apartment complex again, where we said we would look at studies for a bridge, we'd look at studies for even the lawn bowling, and none of that came about because we decided, well, we don't have the money to do that, or it's not worthwhile to do this, or it was just a promise for a study. It wasn't actually a promise for development. I think we should have some of the amenities up front. Again, I think Councilmember Gonzalez said, well, we've got a plan, we should just stick to the plan. And I think, well, the plan is not being stuck to already. I mean, we've got a lot of changes that are beyond our control. And at some point, I think we need to roll with those changes and come up with something that's better for our residents. Again, I visited those properties. I had a tour of the other properties where there are children there. And I think that those children deserve places to go. Right now, they've got an open space. We've got so much land. It's so frustrating to go to the top of these towers, look down, and see all the things, all the great things that are not being built in this city. To see the space across from the stadium. At the time that I saw it when it was raining, it was just a pool of water in an empty parking lot. I think at some point, we need to look at the changes that are coming to us and take the opportunities to make the most of them. Simply saying that, well, we're going to take the project plans as they were proposed many years ago. when even the developer plans have changed doesn't make any sense to me. I think that what Councilmember Jane has to say about looking after our parks and what Councilmember Chahal said about making sure that we get these amenities along with the developments, those are all valid concerns. I share them as well.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the city manager and then go to the public and then come back to the council. City manager.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to summarize the sentiments that I'm hearing, and I think I'm really going to put them into two categories. One is housing. Do we want to continue down the process of studying the potential to add the 1,500 units? And two, the need and desire for additional parkland in this area. And I think if we break those, the first one, we have set about for several years now to study the addition of 1,500 units. That is still a very legitimate policy debate, but we are currently in the process of gathering all of the information that you need to make a determination on that. Yes, we included it in our housing element, but once we conclude the scope of work and the environmental impact study, that will come to you as a policy decision of do you want to add those 1,500 units. And so my recommendation is you wait till you have the full complement of information to make that information, unless the council as a body feels that there's enough information or there's been a significant change that they want to redirect staff to no longer do that work. Category 1, housing. Category 2 is parkland. Certainly, it's been articulated and staff certainly agrees that we need more parkland all across the city. You do have an existing parks master plan, citywide parks master plan that is ongoing, and staff at a recent council agenda actually informed you that we have entered into contract with a firm to look for deploying funds that we have in our Park and Lieu fund to actually buy parkland. And so we are actively working on that, and you will get a parks master plan before you that will look citywide. And so know that we understand that point, we're moving on that point. We brought you a very tailored amendment to a contract to complete the scope of work that we've set about several years ago. And so I think the real question before you tonight is, do you want to pause that and say we no longer want to consider that, or do you want to adopt this amendment, let us finish the full analysis, and then bring it to you fully baked so that you can have that policy conversation at that time?
Thank you. I'm going to go to members of the public now to see if anyone has any comments on this. We have iPhone. Go ahead, iPhone.
Of course, it's Linda, but I don't know.
Oh, hi, Linda. I forgot. Thank you.
This is not related to the immediate in a sense, but it is also in a sense. Gateway Park, which is next to Costco, and you're doing a ribbon cutting like tomorrow, I think.
Yes. Yes.
And there are no bathrooms there. There are also no bathrooms at the Santa Clara Caltrain station, which is, I think, not your problem exactly, but not having bathrooms at either place is a problem. The bus drivers use the Starbucks, which is at the edge of the parking lot for Caltrain. But the kids who you're hoping to have visit Gateway Park, there's no bathrooms for them. At least I didn't see any when I walked the territory. I thought the play structure was exciting and wonderful, and there was water. There's a small dog park, and there's water there for the dogs. There's water for the people, but there's no place to use a bathroom. And that will be a problem. That's all.
Guess we could extend that to talk about the Tasmanese contract. It's open space. Okay. All right. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this? All right. Seeing none, Councilmember Jane?
Based on what the city manager said, when I look at this contract, we're basically taking away bike lanes to add parking. We're expanding Lick Mill, more cars. We're doing a lot of things that are more car-oriented, but the parks are really important. And my question is, does this, accepting this, preclude us from later looking at parkland here? Or should we amend this contract, bring it back, and look at where could we put those other 1,500 units to still meet the housing element and add parkland here? What other places could we go? And what is the demand for parkland here, maybe assuming that the related won't be 10 or 15 years down the road? So what is the need here? I know that we have a Parks Master Plan going forward. Will we be able to amend this again after the Parks Master Plan is complete? I'm not sure exactly. Those are my questions about whether we could look at moving these units for the housing element, or if we could look at the actual need for parkland here at Tasman East.
Sure.
Can I ask a follow-up question to that? So we're talking about potentially 7 acres that's slated for high-density housing in the future. If we were, because it's not owned by the city, it's owned by a private party or parties. I don't know how many people own this property. So if we were to designate it as parkland, we would have to buy it. Can't imagine we're not going to have it designated as high-density residential and then downzone it to parkland. So we would have to buy it. Does it make sense for us to spend our money, park money in Tasman East, buying something like that, which will be super expensive? Or do we take the money that we have set aside for parklands and put it into our Central Park North, which is the 30-something acres adjacent to the related project? I don't think it makes sense for us to change this. I thought we needed residential. I thought this was slated for high-density residential in the Clara district. If one developer doesn't do it, there should be another one that would. But does designating it as park mean that we would have to buy it and then develop it and maintain it?
Want to go first? And then toss it.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and
Am I
council
off
people.
topic?
Yeah, we're getting a little, I'm
Well, I
wanting to
didn't
bring
know.
it back.
Everyone else seems off topic.
I guess you crossed the line, Madam Mayor.
Well, thank God. Can we shut this
Thank God
down
someone
right
did.
now?
All good, important discussions, and I'll refer it back to City Manager in a minute because I think he endeavored to kind of reorient the discussion back to the amendment in front of us. These are good,
Well, it's
important.
going down the road.
Yeah,
I'm
these are
going
good,
down the
important
road.
policy discussions about, both this project, our Parks Master Plan, and how to satisfy our housing, needs and demands, but really beyond, the scope of this item and what's in front of you. I'll turn it back to the city manager, maybe to reorient towards whether or not we're amending this contract.
Or not.
Or proceeding, with it, with an understanding that the issues raised by council people are not foreclosed, by proceeding with this contract. I'll let the city manager sort that for you and give you options. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Sure. Thank you, City Attorney. The mayor mentioned a word that I was going to say, which is downzoning. But first, all of these are very good policy questions. We know that all of these questions will come back to you or will come up again when we bring to you the potential amendment. With regard to downzoning, so changing the zoning from housing to parkland, we need to analyze whether that's even allowed by state law now. And there are some significant prohibitions there. In addition, to add additional parkland in this area, there are many options. We have already started to have conversations with developers about putting parks on rooftops, right? And so I think that we can continue to be creative. We can have these conversations both through the Parks Master Plan and when we bring back the Tasmanian specific plan amendment to you. And then your other question about how much parkland is needed, well, that is dependent upon how many units actually are in the plan. And so we can answer that when we bring that back. But they're all good policy questions. we'll take note of them, and we'll be prepped for that full comprehensive policy and that policy conversation. And at that time, you will have the full complement of the environmental impact report and the other analysis that we would do with this amendment when it comes back to you. And that is actually envisioned for 2026. As council knows, this work takes quite some time. And so it will be within the 20 in 2026, either sometime between June and December when we bring this back to you.
Thank you, Councilmember Park.
Yeah, I actually didn't hear a request from Councilmember Jane about downzoning. Like, I think the concern was, how do we ensure that we get parks and open space along with the development of housing that currently is stalled? How do we get the parks and open space that looks like it was put on the back end of the housing development for the people who are already there, for the housing that's already there? I mean, I know we've got some small parks. When we look at this plan, I see a lot of talk about housing and transportation, but again, it's not that we're downzoning this. Every single time we talk about housing and high density and anything that brings in numbers of thousands of people, we have to talk about open space. We have to talk about parkland. And I feel that by not explicitly putting this here and putting the things that we know are going to happen, like housing, we're missing the opportunity to ensure that we get up front some of the parkland we know we're going to need. Again, I feel like if anyone's missing the point, we've got people talking about downsizing, rezoning, purchasing land, things like this. And I think the real question here is, how do we get parkland and open space? How do we get resources and benefits for the people of the city when all the changes that we've seen result in more housing and delayed open space, delayed and even reduced open space or unusable open space? How do we ensure that we get these at the same time? And my concern is, if we don't put the talking about this, and I'll wait till you're finished talking, but if we don't put the thinking into our contracts that are doing the revisioning of, adding the amendments in, then where do those come in? Putting them at the end doesn't seem like it's the right place, and from my experience, it's not the place that's worked for getting more open space.
All right, is there a motion to approve this amendment to the agreement? Councilmember Gonzalez.
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Gonzalez, second by Vice Mayor Cox for staff recommendation.
Motion on the floor is approve staff recommendation.
Please register your vote. And that passes 5-1 with the required 5 votes. Thank you. All right, the next item that Councilmember Jane pulled is item 2D, note and file the 10-year goals for Silicon Valley Power's energy efficiency program. Your questions, comments, Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, I had asked some of these in advance, but, when I look at the graph that was in here, looking at the, this is on energy efficiency. It's the cumulative gross market potential by sector, and it shows the increase over the next 10 years of being 250,000 megawatt hours. And what I'm trying to understand is, and maybe I misread this graph, but I was looking at the number of megawatts that we need to increase. And I know we're going from 750 megawatts to 1,300 megawatts of load, which is an increase of 550 megawatts. And to get the efficiency, and that's basically all data centers. So what I want to know is, the efficiency is very, very small when I look at it, and I'm wondering, how are we going to get the data centers can you explain the measures that the data centers are taking and how we're incentivizing them to be more efficient in their operations? Because we're putting $3.5 million into efficiency. And when I look at it, you know, we're going to save 15,945 megawatt hours per year from our efficiency program, which turns out to be $249 per megawatt hour. And, you know, that's the savings of 15,000 every year. So if you look at it over 5 years, your payback is basically 5 years at an assumed $50 a megawatt hour electricity price. So is that reasonable to expect for a cost effectiveness of this program, putting in almost $4 million? And I know that you talked about how we've already taken the low-hanging fruit of like refrigeration at grocery stores and things like that. But the key thing to increase efficiency is to get our commercial and industrial users, which use 93% of our electricity. So how are we going to move those along? Can you give me some concrete examples of what we're doing to incentivize that, whether it's variable speed drives or more efficient cooling systems, refrigeration systems for cooling the heat from the data centers? I just wanted to understand, I didn't see any details about how we're spending this money. And then I had asked a question about cogeneration from data centers, and that's actually an efficiency because you're taking that waste heat and you're using it to now heat buildings. So are we looking at that going forward?
Any other questions on this from anyone? Public member, so
Sure.
City Manager.
Thank you, Councilmember Jane. A number of good questions, some of which we were able to answer in the written materials about cogeneration, that the city is not currently looking into it, but it is being talked about by a number of data centers. And I do have our Director of Silicon Valley Power, Nico Prokos, here that will address the questions. But you're absolutely right. Our ability to obtain additional energy efficiency from our residential customers is limited, and so all of our strategies are really focused on our large commercial clients.
Good evening. Thank you, City Manager Grogan, and thank you for the question, Councilmember Jane. I'll touch on some of this, and then I'm going to turn it over to staff to get into a bit more of the weeds. So you did have a question about the specific programs that we're rolling out there for the customers. I will say that on the cogen front, that's something that we're not specifically focused on. We are aware that there are recent activities. I think there's a project in San Jose related to that. It's not something that we kind of is necessarily directly included in what we're presenting tonight. We don't have a rebate for it. We certainly would encourage data centers to or something like that, and it's certainly possible that at some future date, if there's something that's beneficial to us, to the city in terms of housing, we could roll out a rebate to promote that. I will say you mentioned the graph, and you correctly pointed out that what we're seeing there is a function of all the incredible load growth that's happening on our system, and as we go from 750 to 1,300, and the benefit that we're seeing on the energy efficiency front is almost exclusively from data centers. On the residential side, typically not very cost effective, unfortunately. That's just the truth of the matter. And we've almost reached saturation. We've also, on commercial, in other areas, you mentioned variable speed drives, refrigeration. We've had a very robust rebate program for many years with those customers. I think we had a direct install program as well for refrigeration. So we've reached market saturation potential. So we're really running up against a lot of limitations in terms of what else can we do. I will say that in some respects we are fortunate. The data centers present a unique opportunity. They're always innovating. They're always looking at new technologies, ways that they can make improvement as well to reduce their energy footprint. A lot of other utilities are really struggling to come up with energy efficiency numbers, so we do have in some respects, a good news story that we're able to really take advantage of. And regarding some, I think you wanted to get into some of the specifics of the programs, I will turn it over to Rachel to walk us through that.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I just wanted to go into a little bit more detail about the things that we're doing around data centers and larger customers in general. The way that the growth is happening, it's growing so fast, we have to look at those larger customers in order to be able to capture that cost-effective energy efficiency. The new data centers that are going in are very efficient because of all of the codes that are in place and all of the interest that they have in being as cost-effective as possible because they're trying to keep their energy bills low as well. So we have to go and look at the slightly older buildings and try to encourage customers to do large energy efficiency projects. We tend to have around 10 a year. I can get you more details on the exact projects and what the measures are that are included in those. It does have a lot to do with HVAC, lighting, building, automation, things like that. And we do a pay for performance on a lot of those larger projects to make sure that the savings that they claim is gonna be there is actually there. So we look at what that energy savings is and then pay them for what that is as they move through the years. So those are all things that we look at. Because there has been that saturation to a certain extent, we've been really working hard to get that energy savings. As you get saturated, it gets more expensive. So our cost effectiveness is not as good as it probably was in the original when there was more low-hanging fruit. But we are doing extra outreach and education with our customers. We're meeting with all of our large key accounts and we're talking through all of the different programs with them. And we're actually getting a lot of good leads. We've been doing that over the last 6 months on those kinds of projects. The other thing to keep in mind with this is that the technology is constantly changing with data centers. And so even though we show that graph, that's our best guess of what we think is gonna happen over the next 5 to 10 years. Having done these reports for the last 16 years, I will tell you the last half of the graph is probably wrong because trying to predict where technology is 5 years from now is very hard to do, and there's always some new technology that comes out that we are able to rebate and create new programs for. So I have a feeling that in a couple years, something new, especially around AI and water cooling and all of this is gonna come out, and then we're gonna have more things to incentivize. But as of right now, we can only use what we know currently exists and gives us that technical potential. So that's where we're working from right here, but we are working very hard to create more programs, making sure that we reach that, and really that goal is our minimum. We always shoot for higher than that and try to get every possible energy efficient, every kWh that we can. We'll be working to figure out if there's more opportunities for that, and part of that is really making sure that we can maximize that conversations with those customers so that they know that what's available and really bring them on board with doing those projects with us. So I can get you more specific data on exactly what projects we've been doing lately and that information, but I wouldn't want to do that in a public forum because of the customer sensitivity. But yeah, we can talk, I can give you more information on that if you want specifics.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the public now. We have, if any member of the public would like to speak, we have Linda. Go ahead, Linda. You're muted.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Oh, you fixed it. Thank you.
As soon as I see it. Sorry. I love data centers just because, one, they're a necessary resource for us, and two, we make money off of them. I am concerned, though, about the backup that is, I think, state mandated, is oil generated, to kick those generators on once a month to check that they're working. I worry about how much pollution they're putting out, and if battery technology is good enough to do it instead as an uninterruptible source. The other thing is, cities have heat islands, or are heat islands. Are we going to become more of a heat island? Because yes, their data centers are water cooled, but eventually the water cool goes into air cool outside and venting a lot of hot air. So, and then I guess the last point is it going to affect the airplanes hitting air turbulence because of the hot air? I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Before I go to staff, is there anyone else that would like to speak? I don't see anybody else. So staff, did you want to make a comment on our public speaker?
We'll turn it over to the director, Nico Prokos.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think the question was really focused on backup generation, and this item is focused on energy efficiency. So I'm struggling a little bit with.
Oh, you don't, I just thought if you had any comments.
No,
It's not required.
Oh,
Okay,
okay.
thank you.
Yeah.
Airplanes in the sky, the hot air? No? No comment? Okay, thank you. All right, Councilmember Park.
So I want to make sure I get this correct, which is we're talking about energy efficiency, and what I heard from staff is we need the data centers because the energy efficiencies are coming from the data centers. We don't expect the residents. In fact, we see that the residents are not efficient. Like, we're not going to get efficiencies from there as we're going forward. So could you clarify that?
Thank you, Councilmember Park. I wouldn't say that the residents aren't efficient. I think as you look at the measures that we provide to our customers, both commercial and residential, and this is not a new thing. This has been going on for decades. Unfortunately, the residential measures don't pass the cost effectiveness tests. So they have tests that they apply to this, and that's just the nature of who they are. Typically, most utilities where you're going to get your return is off of your commercial customers. So lighting, refrigeration, but as I mentioned earlier, we're kind of reaching saturation there. I do want to add also that just because the measures aren't cost effective necessarily for our residential customers, we still provide those rebates to those customers. And we do from time to time evaluate them to see if do we need to provide more incentives so that customers will take advantage of those. We do want, to make them available to our customers, especially when we talk about our low-income customers. Anything we can do to help them to become more efficient and save money is a good thing from our perspective.
Thank you, Councilmember Jane.
I was not done with my questions.
Well, I don't want to go the back and forth, so.
Well, again, I was not done with my questions, meaning I had made a statement, made it my understanding. You made a slightly different statement, but my statement, the statement you made was residential measures do not pass cost effectiveness tests, right? And at some point, it feels like in order to make our energy generation cost effective, we must balance our new residential customers with data centers, which do pass cost effectiveness tests. Is that a true statement or not a true statement?
I'm going to stop it right here. I can't do that, so thank you very much, Nico.
Because, it sounds like we need new data centers. These are my questions.
Excuse me, Councilmember Park, if you have questions, just list your questions, and we'll give them to the...
This is supposed to be for robust discussion, and at some point, I'm trying to make an understanding so I can ask my question.
We have a process, please, that you agreed to. List your questions.
I'm going to
go to
take a point of personal privilege and general privilege.
Excuse me, please stop. List your questions. Councilmember Jane has his hand up. He can list his questions, and then we're going to go to staff. So just please list your questions.
I was just going to make a motion, but I need to hear what Kevin Park has to say.
His light is off now. Councilmember Chahal, do you have questions? Go ahead.
So I was reviewing the heat pump rebate for residential versus the businesses. There's a drastic difference between the small business heat pump rebate versus residential is very lucrative, whereas business is not. I'm not expecting any answer right now, but I would like you to look into that, how we can make it for a small business, how the heat pump, which are much more efficient, how we can make them more compatible, more like they can change their systems to the heat pump into that. Just look into those rebates.
Thank you, Councilmember Park.
Yeah, I realize that we're not going to get to the question, so I do have a comment. Again, feel free to jump in, but it sounds like we are trying to balance new residential energy efficiency with data centers, which you are saying That's where the new energy efficiencies are coming from. And at some point, what we're seeing is that we're falling behind. They don't want you to speak. I feel like they don't want you to answer this.
No, everything's going to go through the city manager.
That were promised load, seeing projects that were promised load that has not materialized, and some that are delayed. Some projects, some data center projects that are delayed until new power can be brought online. It makes me very concerned about what we're doing here. At some point, I think that if we're trying to justify, or if we need to justify new data centers because of the energy efficiencies that they provide compared to the residents, the new residents that are coming in, we've got a big problem here, and that's my statement. Thank you.
Councilmember Jane? There's a motion to note and file. Is there a second? All right. We have a motion by Councilmember Jane to note and file, second by Councilmember Gonzalez.
Motion is to note and file.
Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously of those present. All right. Moving on to our public hearing, general business. Item number 4, presentation on a proposed league event assignment agreement with Bay Area Host Committee, 49ers SC Stadium Company, LLC, and 49ers Stadium Management Company, LLC, to host Super Bowl 60. City Manager.
Good evening, Mayor Gilmore, members of the City Council, and the public. This is our first regular business item, but I already feel like the night is long. So tonight, with this item, we are here to bring forward a draft league event agreement that would allow Levi Stadium to host Super Bowl 60 in 2026 for your discussion and review. For this item, it's important to note you are sitting as both the City Council and as the Stadium Authority Board of Directors. As you know, the City of Santa Clara has already demonstrated our ability to host successful major events on the global stage. Super Bowl 50 in 2016 was a landmark moment for both the city and the region, showcasing Levi Stadium, boosting the local economy, and drawing worldwide attention to our community. The opportunity to host Super Bowl 60 10 years later represents not just a return of the NFL's biggest event to Santa Clara, but a chance to once again collaborate with regional partners, support local businesses, and create lasting economic and community benefits. With that said, ensuring that we obtain reimbursement for event costs is of utmost importance. It is embodied within your guiding principles that you provided to staff as we embarked on the negotiations. And as the mayor often reminds us, it is required by Measure J, which prohibits the use of the city's general fund from being used for stadium events. The agreement before you is the result of months of collaboration with the Bay Area Host Committee, the NFL, and the San Francisco 49ers. It outlines key terms related to the use of city and stadium authority facilities, public safety services, and other city services required to host a successful event. City Attorney Glenn Googans and I will walk you through the highlights of the agreement, the anticipated impacts and benefits, and the embedded safeguards within the agreement that ensures that the city's interests are well protected. I look forward to your feedback in our discussion tonight. Let's go through the agenda. We'll begin with a brief introduction. Next, background. We will provide an overview of how we negotiated the agreement that is in draft form before you over the last several months. We will discuss key terms of what's called a league event agreement that will be provided by City Attorney Googans, and then we will have next steps. So let's begin with the introduction. So we will go through the terms in detail, and all of these terms are related to Super Bowl 60. As you know, you have already approved an assignment and assumption agreement for FIFA World Cup. Important to note that the league event agreement ensures that we are the lead local agency that provides security for Levi Stadium for the game. and all the related events that will occur in Santa Clara. It ensures reimbursement of the city's event costs. That is inclusive of planning and demobilization as embodied in your guiding principles. It also includes various safeguards for both the city and the Stadium Authority to mitigate risk and liability. Also important to note, no action is agendized for tonight. That will take place at a later date. We will agendize this item. We anticipate doing so on September 16th, meeting for action. We wanted to do that similar to our prior agreement for the FIFA World Cup, where we presented the terms publicly and they were out there in the public domain for several weeks before they were before you for adoption. Next, just a bit of background. I know for the City Council and members of the public that have been following this for a while, it will be repetitive, but we want to provide baseline information because we know some members of the public may be joining this conversation for the first time. So when we say 2026 major events, what do we mean? So on February 8th of 2026, that is a typo, Levi's Stadium will host Super Bowl 60. Levi's will also host 6 World Cup matches in that same year between June 13th and July 1. We have the distinction and the pleasure of being the only city to ever host both major events in a single year, both a significant lift, but also a significant opportunity for our local and regional economy. Since 2013, the city and the Stadium Authority have been working with the host committee, the 49ers, and other key partners to plan and implement all of the information to acquire information that was necessary to develop the agreement that is before you. It's also important to note, and we'll talk about, that interim funding agreements were enacted to fund costs to date. The City Council requested a dashboard. That dashboard is now live on the city's website. Again, a repeat, but want to go through key entities tonight. We will talk about a number of entities. Of course, the City of Santa Clara. We are the local jurisdiction where, of course, Levi's is located, and we are the lead agency responsible for public safety, as well as a host of permits that have to be reviewed and approved for the event to take place. The Stadium Authority, which the City Council also sits as the board of, and I serve as the general manager of the Stadium Authority, is the owner of Levi's Stadium. And as the council knows, we lease that facility to the 49ers for 6 months out of the year. The other 6 months out of the year, it is utilized for non-NFL events on behalf of the Stadium Authority, and we hire Manco, which I'll describe on the next slide, to run it during those 6 months. The Bay Area Host Committee, which is the primary partner in the League Event Agreement, they're a nonprofit organization really focused on bringing mega sporting events to the Bay Area. We know them well because they were established for Super Bowl 50. They have been reconstituted and have a new board, and they are what's called the regional host agency for both Super Bowl 60 and the FIFA Men's World Cup that will also be played at Levi's Stadium. There's, of course, the National Football League, comprised of 32 teams. The important note there is that they are the official event owner of the NFL, and certainly a primary partner that we have been and will continue to work with. And then there are 3 entities related to the 49ers. The first one that's listed here is Stadco. That is actually the legal name of the tenant that we, the Stadium Authority, leased the stadium to for 6 months. And so the 49ers have set up a company that is the 49ers SC Stadium Company, and they are the official tenant of record. There's also a company that we commonly refer to as Manco, and that is the 49ers Stadium Management Company. That is the entity that manages the stadium on behalf of both Stadco for 6 months, and then on behalf of us as the Stadium Authority for 6 months. And again, the council knows that that is per the terms of the original stadium management agreement that was put in place around the time the stadium was developed. The third entity here is TeamCo. That is what we all really think about as the 49ers. It is the legal entity that runs the team operations, both their business and management arm. And so we'll talk about that a little later. Of course, there are a host of federal partners that we are working with, certainly the Department of Homeland Security, the FBI, and sort of the alphabet soup of federal agencies that our police department, fire department communicate with, including a White House task force that has been set up for some of these major events. We also have a number of state partners, Cal OES, the Governor's Office of Emergency Services, as well as the California Highway Patrol that normally support events at Levi Stadium. And then there's also a host of regional partners from cities like the city of San Jose, the county, VTA, Caltrain, that are all our partners in putting on these events. So now let's talk a little bit about the bid process that this city is very, very familiar with from 2050. Important to note that on February 7th of 2016, Levi's hosted Super Bowl 50. As a part of that bid package, the NFL required that local jurisdictions that were interested in hosting provide assurances for public safety, fire, emergency medical, and other governmental services. Important to note that those were required to be submitted before a bid was awarded. At that time, there was a nonprofit agency established, the San Francisco Bay Area Super Bowl Host Committee, casually referred to as the Host Committee, was formed really to submit that bid. In March 13th, the city and the NFL entered into a Super Bowl stadium license, MOU, that would allow the stadium to be used for the Super Bowl. Important to note that that was entered into with various partners, the host committee as well as STADCO. In many ways, the agreement that is before you mirrors a few items, or mirrors a similar structure as that event, but with a few notable differences in the terms that we'll talk about. We also want to note a few key features of that agreement from Super Bowl 50. The host committee agreed to reimburse the city for planning, training, and deployment costs for a host of services, including police, fire, emergency medical, and other governmental services such as traffic management, planning, building. We oftentimes talk about public safety, but it's important to note that a number of our city departments are mobilized and will be supporting. It provided for a budget and cost allocation process. The city council knows that we recently, as of last year, updated that process and updated a internal city manager's directive to reclassify and provide additional controls that were not present 10 years ago. It provided for a reimbursement process. Importantly, or to note, that prior agreement provided for no rent for the stadium. And so at that time, the city agreed to provide the stadium without rent for the Super Bowl. At that time, the city also agreed to provide the convention center for use for the host committee at no cost for both on location, NFL's on location, as well as a accreditation center. Additionally, at that time, the city agreed that there would be no senior or youth program fee collected, but the host committee at that time did guarantee that they would attempt to ensure that grant funds were awarded to youth organizations within the city, or alternatively, they would make a $25,000 donation toward the senior and youth fee, and we'll talk about that a little later today. So now let's talk about how the bid process changed, and I know we've recapped this a few times before, but it is important to note that since 2018, the NFL dramatically changed their bidding process and transitioned from a competitive approach to a more streamlined method. Now the NFL identifies a city or team to host the event, and that team presents terms for hosting the event. The timeline that was followed here was in 2022, the host committee was reactivated and a formal bid was submitted in early 2023. And as we all know, in May 22, 2023, I think we had a council meeting here on the 23rd. And so the day prior, it was announced that we were selected as the location to host Super Bowl 60. But what that process has meant is that all of the negotiations and determinations of how facilities would be used, whether rent would be paid, 10 years ago happened before the bid. Now it happens after the bid because the NFL invites in a location to raise their hand, and we know that the 49ers and the host committee partnered to submit a bid. Now let's talk about your guiding principles. So in 2023, staff prepared draft guiding principles for the City Council to consider. You considered those and approved them. I will not go through them in detail, but just highlight a few, and there are 9. You really wanted to make sure that we professionally oversee all matters related to Super Bowl 60. You wanted to make sure that we obtain reimbursement for all event costs pre and post event, including pre and post. You wanted to ensure that there were direct benefits to the Santa Clara community and businesses. You wanted to ensure that we plan and provide communication and engagement for our residential neighborhoods surrounding Levi Stadium and any other venues that would be utilized. 5, you wanted to ensure that benefits were conveyed to and there was involvement of Santa Clara youth and any adult football programs within the city. You wanted to ensure that we sought revenue-generating utilization of the convention center, both in rent and other areas. Also leverage other areas around the community with an important note without any impact on the general fund. You wanted to ensure that we seek mitigation for any of the financial risk or liabilities, and we'll talk about that a lot tonight. 8, you wanted to ensure transparent communication with our planning efforts and ensure that there are periodic updates to the body, and we've done that over the last several years. And lastly, there was a lot of talk on this, a lot of focus on this in 2013, and the council really made a point that you wanted everyone, frankly everyone, to pledge that the council, the stadium authority, city staff, and frankly all parties would follow the law and act ethically and transparently in everything that is done. So now let's talk about incurred costs. We have incurred costs, as I mentioned before. We have also entered into interim funding agreements. So to date, over $310,000 has already been reimbursed. In a number of areas, there was a VPSO, a Visiting Public Safety Officers Program that staff, public safety and key staff attended in New Orleans. That was reimbursed, as well as Super Bowl 60 pre-agreement costs from July 1 to December 31st, 2024. That was reimbursed, and we've amended the interim funding agreement several times, and it remains active to this day. And will be amended until the agreement is signed. All parties are in agreement with that, and our process for doing that is we look at how much has been incurred, how much has been authorized, and extend the date and add money if necessary. Reimbursements agreements, this table goes through that. There's a big section on the report, or in your report, that discusses that. But the key point here to note is that how we've approached these is we've talked to our partners for the Visiting Public Safety Officers Program, both in 58 and 59, Las Vegas in 58, New Orleans in 59, agreed upon a budget, invoiced, and have received payment for all of the items shown here. Major event update, we have provided a number of updates to the City Council over the last few years on various topics, from where we are in negotiations, public safety and emergency management planning, participation in programs, both the Future Host Cities program and the VPSO. We've talked about Discover Santa Clara. We've talked about convention center preparations. Important to note, council will remember, you approved enhancements to the convention center that will be leveraged for these events in your budget when you adopted your budget, incurred costs, et cetera. These updates are all on the city's website in 2 locations. One, of course, on the agenda portal, but we do not expect everyone to be able to remember the date, and so there's also a dedicated Super Bowl 60 and FIFA World Cup 26 page where all this information is provided. Lastly, next, for community engagement, there is a ad hoc economic development and marketing committee made up of several city council members, Mayor Lisa Gilmore, District 6 Representative Kelly Cox, and District 1 Representative Albert Gonzalez. Since April of this year, that committee has met and had significant, robust engagement with community partners and stakeholders. It's included workshops on the development of a city slogan and various engagement ideas for engagement events around 2026. The committee plans to continue to assist with community engagement efforts, aid with event coordination and collaboration, as well as support ongoing promotion and marketing efforts. Important to note that the City Council, as a body, will approve the final community engagement plan and budget, which is on track to be before you shortly, I want to say in September of this year. So, a quick overview of our negotiation process. So, business and legal staff from the city/Stadium Authority participated in numerous negotiation sessions with Bay Area Host Committee and STADCO representatives over the last several months. We have agreed upon a framework, as you know, and you have subsequently approved an assignment and assumption agreement for FIFA. The council and the public will note that there was significant policy conversations, legal work, documents that needed to be acquired for FIFA, and the honest answer is the FIFA agreement took precedent over the Super Bowl agreement, and so late last year, early part of this year, we really focused hard on the FIFA agreement, and once you adopted that, the entire team refocused their attention on the Super Bowl 60 agreement, which is why that is before you tonight. The FIFA agreement was, as you know, very complex, and I just said that took priority, and you approved that February of this year. So, business and legal staff have been engaged on a framework. The FIFA, important to note, the FIFA agreement and the league event agreement presents terms for advance payment and dispute resolution. City Attorney Guggens will talk about that. The city frankly learned some lessons from the Super Bowl 50 agreement, and we have adjusted how things were negotiated, and we will discuss each of those in detail today. As I mentioned before, we attended various events, both Super Bowl 58 and Super Bowl 59, and had lessons learned. That important information, frankly, made its way back to the negotiating table as we worked through the agreements that are before you. As I mentioned before, we've had interim funding agreements, and we will talk about Article 21 of the stadium lease, because that actually allows STADCO to host a Super Bowl under certain terms, most notably the requirement for a negotiated league event agreement. And so really that's why we're here before you with this draft agreement, because the stadium lease to STADCO provides them with the ability to host a Super Bowl, but it also requires the parties to engage in good faith negotiations to arrive at all of the terms, costs, reimbursements, and public safety expenses to do so. And so with that, to walk through the key terms of the agreement, I will now turn the presentation over to the illustrious Mr. Glenn Guggens.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Chair, board members. Appreciate the opportunity to present terms of the pending league event agreement to you tonight. Key terms in the league event agreement. I will say at the outset, I am not as skilled as City Manager Grogan is with his slide manipulation and calling up individual items as he goes. So my slides will look a little bit heavy I'll try to get through them efficiently, and of course, while we're going to be thorough, we're available to answer any questions any of you may have. This first slide, summary of key terms, is a little bit mistitled. There's certainly more key terms than this, but we know, based on feedback from you and frankly our own thinking, that at the center of the city's interests, really in the hosting of any major event, is to assure that the city is at the lead in providing the necessary services for that event, and that there are assurances that we get reimbursed, the costs for the provision of that. And so this summary of key terms really talks about that. So as it stands, the proposed legal event agreement very specifically affirms that the city of Santa Clara will be the local lead agency providing security at and around the stadium for Super Bowl 60, the game and the related events. We recognize that this is very important to preserve this. It's a burden, but no one does it better than the Santa Clara Police Department, Santa Clara Fire Department, our Public Works staff, and everybody who provides support for the logistics of these events, both in coordination with other local enforcement agencies and federal and state agencies, and with their own direct support. It is truly an elite group at keeping people safe at major events. And so that has been a focal point, even though, of course, there are pressures to have other people do it, to do it cheaper, to do it differently, to have different people control that. It was very important that we maintain that control, and we have. There's also very explicit provisions for reimbursement of the city's qualified event expenses. That's a defined term under this agreement, similar to what was the defined term structure under the FIFA agreements. And to make sure that we get those amounts reimbursed, there are very detailed reimbursement process that ensures the city is fairly compensated in a timely manner for its provision of Super Bowl services. There's a clear and efficient dispute resolution mechanism, both on an ongoing basis and at the end of the delivery of those services, to the extent a dispute might arise. There's an advance payment requirement, one of the things that the Super Bowl 50 absolutely got right, in advance of the event, to make sure that a significant portion of what we project to be the costs are going to be in our pocket ahead of time. And there's a financial backstop, in this case from Stadco, to cover any qualified event expenses shortfall in the event that, for whatever reason, Area Host Committee fails to fulfill its reimbursement obligation. As was a very sensitive matter with the FIFA agreement, we know this is a very qualified, very active, professional agency that's out raising money, for this event, but they are really a single-purpose nonprofit, and they are dependent on raising, monies from third parties, and so to have a financial backstop is very important. So the key terms themselves individually, unlike FIFA, where there really wasn't a set framework in place for how we go about, hosting that event. The existing stadium lease very explicitly contemplates hosting Super Bowls at Levi's Stadium. And there's a few references in the stadium lease to this, but Article 21 is really the main provision, and Article 21 contemplates a league event agreement to contain the terms for this, including allocation of certain duties, potentially, if negotiated, to a third-party event host committee, like the Area Host Committee, and modifications, to the extent negotiated, to otherwise standard terms of the stadium lease that could otherwise apply to an NFL event. A few of the important modifications to the stadium lease for Super Bowl 60 and the league event agreement presented to you has Area Host Committee, in fact, as contemplated, responsible for the reimbursement of qualified event expenses, with Stadco as the backup. So in effect, they're jointly and severally liable for those costs. There is no threshold on public safety costs, as there was argued at certain points in the negotiations that there might otherwise be under the underlying stadium lease. And amounts that are paid to the city towards the senior and youth program fee are not going to be subject to any cap on fees. You may remember in our settlement, we actually increased the cap, we increased the amount of this fee, but there was still a cap. And to the extent you had multiple games at the end of which you had yet another game, you might be butted up against that cap. And if you got paid fees and that cap still applied, you actually wouldn't get those fees. So we made sure that there's provision for that, but that the cap was negotiated away. Under this structure, the remaining provisions of the stadium lease with respect to this event that are not modified or inconsistent with the league agreement will remain in effect. This next slide talks about the city's commitment to provide and coordinate Super Bowl services to support Super Bowl activities. These terms are in quotes because they're defined terms under the League Event Agreement, and it really is designed to make it clear what we're talking about here, right? One of the things to avoid disputes is to have both parties understanding what kind of activities are going to be supported and what kind of services we're going to be providing. You're going to see throughout my little heavy slides section references to the agreement, the draft agreement, which you also have in case you want to follow along and or look back at those particular sections. So under the draft agreement, Super Bowl activities include the game itself and designated related events taking place within the security perimeter of the stadium before, during, and after the game. The parameters for this are defined in the agreement as to what those events might entail, and there's still some additional things being worked out as to what else is included. We've agreed, but we're still working out the details, that an additional service will be security provided to the hotels where NFL officials or teams, might be staying, but the details of that, the budget for that is still being worked out. Super Bowl services under the terms of the agreement include what's typically involved in support of any NFL event at the stadium, plus, of course, additional levels of service needed to meet the unique demands and requirements of the Super Bowl. And so that's also provided in the agreement.
Take a quick break.
Want to take a break? Yeah, very good. Thank you, Madam Mayor. We'll take a quick break. Am I on back again? Very good. To further define and again eliminate any lack of alignment about what's going on here, the city, and again the city as the lead, is going to prepare a Super Bowl services master plan and a public safety plan, really the most dynamic and important element of this. We will seek input from the various stakeholders on this, including the coordinated law enforcement agencies, but at the end of the day, the city retains the ultimate approval authority over what goes into this plan and, in effect, what services are going to be provided. So the next, again, really core concept, and there's a series of sections, that deal with this, is the fact that Barrier Host Committee is obligated to reimburse the city for all qualified event expenses. The terms on this slide and the next slide should look familiar to you if you're hearkening back to the FIFA agreement, since these terms are really very closely patterned after the terms that were negotiated for that major event. Qualified event expenses, we put it into categories, include actual reasonable costs for event planning and training expenses, actual event expenses, required event equipment, a very important element of this project, and miscellaneous or unexpected expenses, because we also know that you can't always imagine everything that might be necessary, and so there's a mechanism for that as well. To facilitate Bay Area Host Committee's planning and fundraising efforts, the city is responsible for preparing a preliminary cost estimate for the Super Bowl of support services. The current cost estimate for the Super Bowl event is $6 million, looks very precise, $6,302,912. That, I think, suggests that these calculations are done very carefully. It also suggests, though, and this is built into it, that that number is likely to change, right? There's going to be additional information we're going to get. There's going to be potentially cost, variables. And so the agreement explicitly programs in a couple of updates to those cost estimates. And the end of the day, and this last bullet hits on it, though, it's very important that we'll, of course, budget as best as we can, and that's in our mutual interest, to do that. But if the costs for qualified event expenses exceed the updated cost estimate, Bay Area Host Committee is still responsible for paying those costs. And if Bay Area Host Committee fails to pay those costs, it ends up being a STADCO responsibility. So parties work on that, city leads it, we exchange information. If any of us find out there's a material change in expectations or requirements, but in the end, Bay Area Host Committee is responsible for paying. Invoicing and reimbursement process for event training and planning expenses. Really, it's the mode we're in now. There's, as the city manager pointed out, an interim funding agreement currently in place. It's been amended 2 times as negotiations were protracted in order to make sure that city's ongoing costs were getting reimbursed for this. There is also, because the current agreement expires at the end of this month, an agreement amongst the parties that I now need to document and will get signed that extends that for at least another month. Hopefully that'll all be that's necessary. But parties have been very cooperative in this process as we've invoiced for costs, recognizing that it's taking additional time. But once this agreement goes into effect, this agreement will take over in an even more detailed way the process for billing, planning, and training expenses and us getting reimbursed for that. The expenses are to be billed monthly, again, using processes and forms very similar to what's both approved in the interim funding agreement and in the FIFA agreement. They've gotten into a pretty good flow of that. We could do better still, but we've eliminated a lot of uncertainty. There's provisions for Bay Area Host Committee to request additional information and potentially dispute requests for reimbursement. They're responsible, though, to pay in a timely way any and all undisputed items, and if in fact there's a disputed amount, they're supposed to set that aside in order to assure us that that money is available. If for some reason the amount of disputes exceed $50,000, that needs to be deposited into an escrow, and if in fact at any point the amounts exceed $200,000, there's actually an expedited dispute resolution process that would go into effect. We think we've gotten a pretty good pattern, as I mentioned, in this process managed by Chuck Baker of the group, and so we don't think we're likely to exceed these amounts and trigger this ongoing dispute resolution mechanism, but the mechanism is there if we need it. So the ongoing planning and reimbursement process is very important, both to keep track of things as we go along, and of course to comply with Measure J and the guiding principles. But really the vast majority of the costs involved with this are the actual event expenses, cost. So because that's a significant cost, we wanted to make sure there was assurances built in the agreement that these monies would be available in a timely manner and wouldn't be chasing the money. For the actual event expenses, the agreement calls for Bay Area Host Committee to make an advance payment to the city on or before December 25th, 2025. Merry Christmas, Bay Area Host Committee. Equal to 50% of the most recent updated cost estimate. At this point, based on our current projections, that would be approximately a $2.5 million payment that we would get on or before Christmas 2025. Similar to the ongoing process for planning and training expenses, they've got a Bay Area Host Committee would have a right to request additional information. There's mechanisms for depositing disputed amounts into an escrow account, and there's provisions for, again, reviewing, approving, and ultimately paying the amounts that are owed, that we bill. There's accounting mechanisms for this. There's actually an invoice that's attached as an exhibit to the agreement, again, to eliminate possibilities for misalignment about how we're going to go about invoicing the expenses and what our expectations are. There's very detailed provisions both in the contract itself and in the exhibits about how that's going to work, with the hope and the intent of avoiding disputes about this. In the end, if there is a dispute about the amounts, there's a provision for that to be resolved pursuant to binding arbitration. Again, you'll recognize some of these provisions because, like for the FIFA agreement, we've also developed some special rules for equipment and miscellaneous expenses. I'll spin through this very quickly. We're going to agree on and we're in the process of agreeing on a required event equipment list. There's if equipment needs to be purchased, Bay Area Host Committee is approved, that's only going to be used for the event. Bay Area Host Committee approves that in advance. There's a intent to try to lease equipment where possible, and even borrow equipment where possible in order to manage the cost of this. But we have the ability, if we want to, buy the equipment ourselves because we think it's going to be valuable to us on an ongoing basis for other major events, to do that, and then to develop a lease rate to lease it to them, for purposes of this event. Because we know we're doing this also for the FIFA World Cup agreement, there's provisions that have us coordinating on buying equipment that might be used for both with an appropriate cost allocation to one event or the other, because as they are raising money from different sources, they need to have their own accounting for what they're paying, to those various sources in order to manage their business. So again, a lot of provisions in here to kind of cooperate and coordinate on the acquisition of what's necessary to support the event. This next slide, again, we've hit on it a lot, but it's important, so I'll hit it again. STADCO is responsible for any qualified event expense shortfall. If the Bay Area Host Committee fails to fulfill its obligations to fully reimburse the city for qualified event expenses, STADCO will reimburse the city the entire amount of the qualified event expense shortfall. STADCO, we think, is the appropriate entity to provide this backstop. They're already the entity responsible for reimbursement of costs, under the stadium lease itself. They reimburse us approximately $6 million a year of those types of costs. They also are responsible for paying the approximate $25 million a year, of facility rent. That is an entity, with substantial resources that has paid us what's owed in the past. So STADCO, we thought, was the appropriate, entity to provide the backup in this instance. Another really important provision of this, again, to eliminate any notion that the amounts that are paid to us will trigger any public safety costs above any threshold that might have the stadium authority on the hook, right, for making a contribution to that, is the agreement very explicitly provides that any qualified event expenses paid by Bay Area Host Committee or qualified event expense shortfall that might have to be paid by STADCO if Bay Area Host Committee fails to make that payment will not be treated as a credited public safety cost under the stadium lease, and none of those amounts shall be included in a public safety cost threshold analysis. You all know, or you're familiar with this agreement, that if that were the case, that would reduce the performance rent that would otherwise go to the city for that particular year. We didn't think that provision ought to apply under the stadium lease. The 49ers actually did think that provision should apply. A significant part of our negotiations was making sure there was no question that in the end that was not something that would apply and not how this agreement would work. There's a number of other provisions that are important as well outside these core elements of what are we doing and what services are we providing and how do we get reimbursed. And one of these is convention center use. This actually was a pretty heartily negotiated provision because they were very interested in getting the convention center, and we were interested in providing it to them, but as long as we had some expectation of what was going to go on there and that we defined, what the use was going to be. And so there's a use term that's provided for their use from January 17th to February 13th, where they expect to have a lot of their activities going on. The city actually retains the ability to use and rent portions of that facility from January 17th to 26th, and I think there's discussions ongoing with how to actually fill in the spaces that aren't going to be used, during that time period. There is a facility rent charge, although it is offset by a number of potential rent credits. The facility rent payment is $650,000. There's a 20% major event credit, which is equal to approximately $130,000. I'm informed this is a very typical market incentive for major events, given the spin-off benefits that activity at the convention center provides, both with hotel rooms and restaurants and other activities in and around the convention center. Not as typical, there is a $200,000 business development fund credit. This is pending approval by the Destination Marketing Organization Board. My understanding is these are monies that are set aside and budgeted for these kind of incentive purposes, and that provision, I understand, is making its way to their board, and we will probably be presenting on that to recommend its approval for purposes of this event, to in effect buy down the rent. Finally, there's a performance rent offset not to exceed $320,000 based upon actual expenditures from events held at the convention center. The kinds of expenditures expected that are typical are food and beverage, audiovisual, and information technology services. There's a formula for how that credit is calculated. This was a provision that we really wanted in order to incentivize them to have events there that spend money, not just to have it serve as a back of the house accreditation, area, which could generate some money, but to actually have events, held there that generate both revenue within the convention center and potential activities kind of in and around the area. And so that was the thought process in packaging that deal that particular way. There's a security deposit of $320,000, towards these facility rent obligations. Again, Barry Host Committee, single-purpose nonprofit entity. We want to at least get some money up front in consideration for this, to be paid in 2 installments, $160 on November 1st, $160 on January 1st. And if, in fact, the convention center is not used during the use term or the booking is canceled, there is a cancellation fee equal to the amount of the facility rent. So we've tried to assure, in a way that's very different from here's the convention center, you can use it how you want, from the Super Bowl 50 agreement, to impose some structure around the convention center, uses, so that there's money paid, incentives built in, and security in the event, in fact, the convention center isn't used the way that we hope. Including, again, some specific reservations for the city in the event we've got events that we can backfill with that. There's a provision that's really a non-provision relating to their use of city facilities and the youth sports park. We started negotiating these provisions in some detail with them, but thankfully our city manager was able to connect with an NFL representative kind of directly to talk about with them directly what their needs, were for this. And so the agreement contemplates potential agreements with the NFL for uses for the youth sports park or other city facilities nearby. But all of that's subject to, negotiations which are ongoing. The city manager can certainly flesh that out for you in the question and answer period of where he's at with that. But my understanding is that our intent is to get both a rental fee and a commitment to restore or replace the fields, as needed, to the extent use, for example, of the youth sports park would result in damages of the fields. None of these agreements will be entered in a vacuum. Any such negotiation would come back to the City Council for your consideration and approval at a later date. Senior and youth program fee we've talked about. STADCO is responsible for either seeing that this fee is passed through on the ticket, which we told the NFL is not going to agree to, and that's fine, because if that's not what happens, they in effect have to pay an in lieu fee equal to the amount that would have been collected with that mechanism. I believe currently under our revised agreement, as a result of the settlement, the charge is now 40 cents a ticket with an annual cap of $300,000 on the amount of fees that we can collect for this. If you remember, the cap doesn't apply because we negotiated the cap away. And so if there's 70,000 sold tickets, say for this event, that would be a $28,000 payment to the senior and youth program fee. As city manager mentioned, there was provision for this in the Super Bowl 50 agreement. But it was a pretty squishy commitment, and we've actually not found evidence that that very squishy obligation ever kind of came through to have those amounts paid to the city. Madam Mayor? It was never paid, yes. So again, lessons learned, right, about how this is going to work. This is very specific, and it gets paid, no matter what, and it doesn't get subjected to the cap. Special events zone, another important provision that will sound familiar, at least to the mayor, who was here and on council at the time that this was contemplated. It is a very, very typical provision and a requirement for major events. And the city, in fact, adopted such an ordinance back in 2015 in connection with Super Bowl 50. As part of this commitment in the agreement, and at this point it's a staff commitment because you reserve discretion in the end to approve this or not, and you need to reserve discretion in your regulatory authority, but staff has agreed to prepare and present to you for your consideration a special event zone ordinance designed to protect the public health, safety, and welfare and enhance local aesthetics by temporarily regulating or restricting certain advertising and commercial activities within the vicinity of the stadium leading up to and during, the Super Bowl. The ordinance is also intended to address NFL concerns and standards for such activities. As you know, we already have some ordinances around, this subject. You guys have approved, and we've had some successful implementation of the peddler's, ordinance, which is designed to manage, right, unpermitted sales activities, both for food and for swag and other kind of articles in and around the stadium. This is like that, and it also has some provisions about the kinds of advertising and permits that you can provide. It's done very regularly at Super Bowls. There's some new NFL standards. We're still working out, exactly what that entails, and we expect to bring it back to you sometime in the fall time. But no matter what, you will reserve the right to approve it or disapprove it in your sole discretion. Again, better and more attentive than we were back in the early days with Super Bowl 50. This provision is very explicit that Barrier Host Committee is responsible for reimbursing all staff and related costs in connection with the preparation of this ordinance. While it is really for our mutual benefit, it's primarily for the benefit of the activity at the special event. And they're also explicitly responsible for defending the city in the event of any legal challenges to these types of provisions. We've got state laws that apply that we need to comply with. There's First Amendment concerns that we need to address. we intend to draft something that's legally compliant, but if there's somewhere out there that challenges it, it needs to be defended at their cost. We're still negotiating the terms for what happens if the council elects not to approve the ordinance, as this is considered an integral part, of the hosting of this agreement. So those terms are being worked out. We're going to bring those back to you and present those to you when the agreement ultimately comes back to you, hopefully as early as September 16th. There's a variety of additional agreements, here, some more important than others. I'll spin through them quickly. A lot of them will be familiar to you because they're analogs to what was presented and agreed to in the FIFA World Cup agreement. There's cooperation on them attaining third-party funding with offsets if we get direct grants paid to us for public safety costs that they might be otherwise obligated to pay. I don't think there's going to be significant funding in this instance of that kind as there was for FIFA, so that provision probably won't be triggered, but it's there in case we can avail themselves of it. Capital improvements, again, aren't expected to be significant, in this case, but if there are required, Manco is responsible for overseeing them at no cost to us. If there's any Super Bowl improvement that's proposed outside the tenant exclusive area, as defined in the stadium lease, the stadium authority would need to improve, those improvements. So not at our cost, not as part of a capital improvement, but we'd have the right to improve them because, of course, they're additions to the stadium. Permitting, we work in good faith with them to expedite permitting. If we need to hire outside contractors to expedite things, they have to pay the cost of that. They're allowed to license the stadium to the NFL as contemplated in the stadium lease at no cost, but it has to be on terms consistent with the league event agreement itself. They've also agreed to cooperate with us in the marketing of any city assets. There are limitations of that under our existing agreements with them that would still apply, but we do think there's some revenue generating opportunities, there. And I believe we're working on finalizing that agreement. That will come back to you in pretty short order for your consideration, with the hope that we can monetize some of the city assets consistent with all the applicable rules in and around the stadium. As mentioned by the city manager and the guiding principles, this agreement also includes conflict of interest, provisions that apply both to Manco, that apply to a more limited extent to Bay Area Host Committee, because it's an NFL event, so it's a little different. There's not the same management of resources and costs between a non-NFL event as there would be for this NFL event, and all parties needing to comply with all applicable conflict of interest laws. There's an explicit provision that says there's no city waiver of local taxes or fees. That was requested in part of other, Super Bowls. I don't think it was enacted, but it's not even considered here. It's in fact rejected. There's an agreement by Bay Area Host Committee to work with the DMO to coordinate with the city to promote and market city businesses, and other agreements upon city request for Bay Area Host Committee to help secure professional athlete support and other mascot support for events, that we might have, Parade of Champions or whatever we might come up with as part of the engagement, process. They're going to cooperate with that. And there's also a provision similar to the one in the FIFA agreement that if for costs incurred prior to July 1, 2024, all of our costs since then, have been covered by various agreements. There are some costs that occurred prior to July 1, 2024. If there is available government funding in order to offset that, that would also be cooperated on and provided. Otherwise, the stadium authority will fund those costs. Our regimen for accounting for costs and receiving reimbursement for costs is much earlier in the process and much more accountable than the process was back in Super Bowl 50. Again, another lesson learned. We'll probably learn lessons, from this event as well, and be better still if the Super Bowl comes back, again, some number of years from now. But trying to get better, obviously, each time and learn lessons from everything that we do. There's legal provisions, of course, indemnities that they're responsible to protect us, except to the extent of our negligence. There's insurance requirements, particularly and importantly, a provision for specialty insurance that Sue Reuter from my group is working on with the risk manager at the 49ers and with Barry Host Committee in order to coordinate on the kinds of insurances we need and to make sure that, given the unique and enhanced risks that this event presents, that we're properly and fully insuring all of our risks, ideally to $1. And of course, there's also provisions for late payments and remedies and dispute resolution, again, very similar to what was provided under the FIFA agreement, because in that regard, the circumstances are similar. That's the summary. I wanted to make one final note before I turn it back over to the city manager to close. And I think we noted this in the staff report. We believe we have agreement on these terms that are presented, but the agreement is still under review by all parties. Barry Host Committee in particular is reviewing this in multiple rounds. We're reviewing it in case there's things that we missed and want to address. Anything that does change from the agreement that we presented to you or how we've described it, of course, would be highlighted when the agreement is back, is brought back to you, again, which we hope will occur as early as September 16th. So with that, of course, here to answer questions, but I'll turn it over to the city manager for some concluding remarks.
Thank you very much, City Attorney.
Sure. And thank you, Glenn. And I will close us out really quick. Just lastly, saying that the draft agreement before you, as we've noted before, improves on where we were from Super Bowl 50 agreement. Most notably, covers our costs with a financial backstop, includes a detailed and transparent reimbursement process, with the addition now of that information being on a dashboard website that's up live. It modifies the stadium lease in a number of key ways so that there is not a cap for the youth, for the senior and youth fee, and ensures that there is no contribution toward public safety costs above a threshold. And it generates revenue for the city. We had a detailed slide where we talked about the structure that was negotiated for the convention center, and I think Glenn mentioned a heavily negotiated section. I will say an extra heavy negotiated section, but it was really about ensuring that there's a incentive structure because the way to really make revenue at the convention center is not just back of house operations, but special hosting and VIP parties, and we wanted to incentivize that through a structure and feel that we've accomplished that well. So with that, we are here now for your additional discussion. Again, we plan to bring this before you at your first meeting in September. Before I take a seat, I would be remiss if I did not thank all of the city staff that worked on this. Certainly Glenn and I did the presentation, but staff in the city manager's office, staff in the city attorney's office, and frankly, every department of the city really worked from developing their cost estimates. What do they think that what staffing needs do they have, how much they're going to cost, various rounds of that, so we can really come up with up-to-date cost estimates. And just really, I see Chief Corey Morgan in the back, just want to publicly congratulate and thank the Santa Clara Police Department for the amazing job that they're doing planning the event and really taking on that leadership role of being the lead law enforcement agency is no small task. And we have regular conversations with them and just totally first rate. Very proud to be the city manager and have the department the police department that we do. So with that, happy to take any questions that you have. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that entire presentation. We appreciate it. We're going to start with questions. Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, I have a number of questions. First off, it looks like the expenses are going to be about $6.3 million. I know big events like this are very expensive, and that's why we needed the backstop from the host committee and with further backstop from the 49ers. But I'm struggling to see how the city will benefit financially from this. It may be that these events are always basically money-losing propositions where if you don't get it backstopped, it's a risk-reward thing. If somebody backstops it, your upside is limited. So my questions are as follows. There's a Levi Stadium security procedure and neighborhood impacts assessment funding agreement. And what I got from staff was the funding agreement for this neighborhood impacts with STADCO and Bay Area Host Committee that will allow STADCO and Bay Area Host Committee to respectively fund 45% and 10% of the costs in connection with the Stadium Authority's agreement with Guidepost Solutions. So my question is, why is that not 100% covered by STADCO and the Host Committee for neighborhood impacts? My second question is this considered an NFL event or a non-NFL event? I believe it's an NFL event, but for NFL events, we generally charge a 10% ticket fee. And are we not collecting that this time around? I don't believe we collected it for Super Bowl 50, but either we're not going to make any money on this, and then we typically, there's a lot of parking needs for these events, and we typically have these off-site lots, and so who's getting the money from the off-site lots? I know typically for even NFL events, the city makes money off of the off-site lots, and we use that to offset the public safety costs above threshold. And those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, thank you, City Manager and the staff and City Attorney's Office for detailed presentation on this one. A few questions. Was there a threshold for public safety cost in SBL 50? I know we don't have any threshold right now for public safety. Was there a backstop from STADCO in SBL 50? I don't think so, but I just want to confirm that. They didn't have any warranty on that. Slide number 25. Let me see, go back to that. 20, I think it's 28. Slide number 28. The expected total expenses are around $6+ million, whereas during Christmas, we'll only get $2.5 million. That's half of $5 million. So is that because we already got some reimbursement from them to the tune of $1 million? That's why it's the lower amount? I just want to confirm that. Convention Center, $650K ground rent, right? So we are giving them some credits, as mentioned. So those are basically, we will still be making the money, but ground rent will be credited according to the spending done by them, $200K by the demo and 130 by, what was it, 35. 130K as a major event credit. And I was a little bit off on performance rent off, like the bracket, it's not exceeding 320K, but the first bracket from 0 to 500K is at 40%, and the next 500K to 900K is at 30%. I thought it should be other way around, like given when they spend only 500K, it should be 30%. When they spend more than 500K, it should be 40%, something, so that they spend more money on that. So want to confirm that, basically. On question of slide number 37, insurance, like I know STADCO, different parties will have insurance. Does NFL also has insurance on this one? Do they pitch in? NFL as a body has insurance on Super Bowl, so that we can all collaborate on that. So these are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Cox.
Thanks. So I wanted to know if it would be appropriate when you guys come back to ask a little bit about the Bay Area Host Committee's financial position. One of the questions I have is in the 50% upfront payment that we can expect, I think 45 days prior to the event, that is not cash coming into the city for $3 million. It sounds like that is kind of a balanced credit system that will be built that they manage, if I'm reading that correctly. That it essentially allows money to go into a fund, again, not managed by the city, but that they would have rights to start the process of reimbursement with. In light of that, I think that that would expose the city to financial risk if there is cash flow issues. So I don't know, again, if it's appropriate to say, how are they doing on the fundraising? If this is a $6 million event, we're essentially kind of entering into a banking agreement, hoping to do all of the front loading for a group that we hope will be able to pay back. I think that Stadco as a backup on paper is a great thing, but we have to remember when it comes to their material assets, those are material assets owned by the city as well. So there's an intermingling of some of that. The stadium is ours. Obviously, their money-making system is theirs, but I want to know how we can essentially make sure that as we provide all of the upfront, we've got a guarantee for that. So knowing more about that. I'd like to know a little bit more about the related activities and if there is potentially, opportunity for scope creep in that. And if we're protected, it's really defining terms, again, of the allowable and the appropriate expenses when we look at related expenses. And then I think, again, my questions were about the convention center using credits instead of cash, why that was the method that we wanted to go in, and making sure that if we're crediting the Bay Area Host Committee for things, or even, that could maybe bleed into public safety costs in general. I know we have outstanding debt for public safety costs long-term. Does that mean that some of those, incurred debts would be used out of the NFL using the convention center now? And so making sure that those are clearly delineated groups so we would understand how this credit system works. That's it for now. Thank you.
Is there any other questions from council members? Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, staff, for the preparation of this report and the different items in it. Just a few questions, and as far as, I don't know if we've quantified the regional benefit, or I know that sometimes the city might not benefit directly, but some of our businesses might benefit and tangentially will benefit from it, from sales tax or TOT or some other things. So I don't know if we've done that analysis. And then there was a mention of the special event zone ordinance from the city of Inglewood, that it looks like what they went through with their Super Bowl. I don't know if we can get a copy of that special event zone ordinance, just so we have some idea as far as what might that entail to our community and the households near the stadium. And the last item I had was more maybe a comment as far as the youth soccer park. I know that 10 years ago there was some replacement of fields because of the use of the fields that were there. So just making sure that we do get that. If those fields are used, that there's an agreement in place to make sure that they're brought back to the condition they were in or better. I can tell you 10 years ago that the fields weren't in great shape, especially the field next to the stadium, and definitely it was better after they were replaced. But just that comment and those questions.
Thank you, Councilmember Park.
Yes, thank you very much for the presentation. I share a lot of the concerns and questions that the other council members have in relation to parking. I do know, and I believe that the stadium manager actually manages the parking amongst tens, hundreds of different parking vendors or parking lot owners. And I know that even then, we are really down on the number of parking spaces that we need. I think that we need on the order of thousands, 10,000 more parking spaces. I believe that during, like a FIFA event, we may need to know how many more parking spaces we need. We're going to have a lot of people, potentially more than we would for a local game, from out of town. And I'd like to know if we're working with them to understand the scope of the problem. Also, if we're working with proactively looking at shuttles, that we can, work with other cities and say, well, can we use your parking spaces at these malls or other places where we have large places where people would like to go and shop, and while you're shopping there, get on a shuttle, and that's how you get down to our stadium. I hear a lot of questions about benefit to our city, and I think that we could get a lot of benefit to the city if we had a entertainment district that could capture the people that came to capture the money that came to our city for the event. Unfortunately, it looks like even the late projects that we're going to have in 2026 are being delayed, so it's not likely, but people in our area should benefit, and if we can get some parking benefit out of that, I would like to work on that and know about that as soon as possible. I also want to know what happens when cost estimates are increasing. Decreases are not as critical. They're appreciated, but at some point we'd rather be more exact, have small deviations, but if there are increasing estimates, if the estimates are only increasing or increasing in large amounts, what happens there? I'd also like to know, when we're trying to control spend, how much delay there will be from estimations, from the estimates, and from actual spend. Will the city know in advance if an expense will exceed estimates? Will we know that in advance of the spend? Is there a separate decision-making process for an expense in this category where we know this expense will blow the estimates, right? And by a considerable amount. I don't know what a considerable amount would be, but I would think that there would be some provisions, a process for this. The City of Santa Clara will be the lead agency providing security at and around the stadium for Super Bowl 60 game and related events. Also, I'd like to know what happens, what kind of event would cause this to change, and what happens if there is a large event? I would think that we would have a plan for this. Maybe that's not in the scope for here. Maybe that would be in a more detailed meeting later on, but I'd kind of like to know what happens if something big happens in this city. Because we are the lead agency, and at some point, we did really well at Super Bowl 50. We know a lot more now. We even know what we didn't know when we hosted Super Bowl 50. And knowing what we know, just want to make sure that we're on top of all the issues that we know up to today. I know that noise monitoring has basically gone away now that we've had a change of council members, but I'd like to know if we are using these events, because these will be the largest events that we've ever held, to continue our noise monitoring program and see where we could benefit the residents of the city during these events. And I also know that during Super Bowl 50, we were worried about costs, but we also made a point to spend money for our own local events, to do things that would benefit the residents during Super Bowl 50. I'd like to know if we're thinking about events like this. I don't think they have to be big if they can be inclusive. And I think that if they're going to be inclusive, they should be a lot of fun. And I would think that the 49ers, that all the agencies, I know that the Earthquakes reached out to us, reached out to the Korean community, because Sun Hyung-min is coming here on September 13th. That's a little plug. When the Earthquakes play LAFC right here in our stadium. But I would think that we could come up with events, we could come up with small things for the community that a lot of fans would like to go to. Thank you.
Is that everyone? Okay, I have several questions. The first is, does the FIFA agreement name Stadco or Teamco as the backstop? Because I see that there's a reference to a backstop in this agreement, and it's about Stadco. So does Stadco have any assets? Secondly, what is the maximum financial exposure to the city's general fund under this agreement? Because it was mentioned of $6.2 million or $6.3 million, but I wasn't sure if that included just the stadium issues or all the other extended events, like, for instance, the city, someone, I think it was city attorney, mentioned the hotels, hotel security, et cetera. So has that been taken into consideration there, because it's not detailed in here? Or I don't know if the money includes any of that. So I want to know what's the maximum financial exposure? Because the way it looks as if the city's general fund will be fronting all of the costs for this, and then have to bill to get reimbursed. So I want to know, what would be the maximum financial exposure? Does this agreement create any risks to the stadium authority revenues or reserves being tapped to cover the city costs? Meaning, I know that the city manager had mentioned that if the Bay Area Host Committee doesn't approve it, that the city, the city cannot pay for anything because of Measure J, so that the stadium authority would then pick up some of the costs. So what kind of risk does this agreement have for our stadium authority and our stadium authority revenues? Is there any possibility that the city taxpayers could end up subsidizing the Super Bowl if reimbursements fall short? If you have the Bay Area Host Committee that's an LLC with no assets, and possibly Stadco, an LLC with no assets, and we're not able to be reimbursed, what happens then? How come in this, different from Super Bowl 50, where there was no process for billing and approved costs being reimbursed? It was whatever the actual costs were reimbursed by that time. It was the San Francisco Bay Area Host Committee. So, and there was I think some kind of a bond or letter of credit or something that was provided. Why is there no requirement for any letter of credit, escrow guarantee? There's actually no official guarantee or backstop in this from maybe the Bay Area Host Committee, yes, but there's no backstop or official guarantee from the stadium, Stadco, or whoever the 49er entity is, unlike what was presented during the FIFA agreement. And then I really want to know how this broad scope of services is really going to be defined. I mentioned the hotels, but what other, besides the stadium security that we are going to be reimbursed for, what other asks are there going to be for non-stadium events, whether it's hotels or outside the stadium perimeter? I know there's the convention center. What else are we going to be asked to support, especially for public safety, and what is the cost? For instance, things that are not related to stadium operations. Is that included in this or not? And if not, can we legally limit the scope of our services to the stadium and the immediate perimeter? And then if there's any additional security services or other services required, they would come back with separate agreements. What prevents the host committee from disputing large amounts of money just to simply delay the payment? Because the way it works now, I think, is that the city would submit a payment to Bay Area Host Committee. It takes 30 days for the payment, for them to consider it, and then 30 days after, so we're at 60 days. And then if it's disputed, depending on the amount and the time, it could be months and or years, depending on how far the dispute goes. So what prevents them from disputing it since you've put in this agreement that they get to approve reasonable costs, whatever that means. What I'm really concerned about is, since the city will be fronting all of these costs, how long will it really realistically take for us to recover our funds back, our general funds back? How long is it going to take, realistically? Okay. What about if there's an unanticipated incident, like the president coming to the Super Bowl, for instance? Unanticipated but expensive. I know that the federal government will take care of most of it, but it also will have additional charges on the city. So unanticipated events that may happen, for instance, like the president visiting, how is that dealt with in this agreement? Because I didn't see it. Why are the protections in this Super Bowl agreement weaker than the protections in the FIFA agreement that the council just approved? And I'm not a big fan of the FIFA agreement, only because I disagree with approved costs. I think that all costs should be reimbursed, that we shouldn't go to the Bay Area Host Committee and have them approve the costs that they're supposed to pay. That makes no sense to me. But when I looked at this, I saw the controls were weaker, a lot weaker than the FIFA agreement, and there's no backstop guarantee. If the Host Committee or STAD code defaults, what legal remedies does the city have under the contract? And regarding the convention center, I'm really confused about that, because it looked like the rent was $650,000, but the credits equaled $650,000, so it sounds like there's no rent. Can you explain why the host committee is receiving credits for the convention center use rather than paying market value, rental value like any other user? One of our guiding principles that we talked about, and one of the lessons learned from Super Bowl 50, is that there were very few ways for the city to make money in these events. And we talked about using the convention center as a revenue generator for us. So if we're giving it away, how are we going to make revenue when we could really rent it out for other parties and make revenue, which is what I thought we wanted to do, and that was one of our guiding principles. What would be the estimated market value of the convention center space they're using, and how much of it would be forfeited under this credit system? And again, I don't know how the credit system works, but does it in any way reduce the amount of costs that are reimbursed to the city for any of our public safety or other costs? Because there's all these credits in there. I didn't understand the way it was worded. And if we have to enforce anything on the convention center, this credit system, how do we even enforce any of the legal obligations in this agreement with the host committee if it's not money, it's actually a credit? I don't understand that. And anytime there's a credit, I think if there was a credit of that 50%, if that is indeed a credit, then we should require cash payments and not allow any credits. If they're going to put up 50%, which I think if they're going to put up 50%, we should have a backstop of a letter of credit, an escrow payment, or something to backstop it, because I really don't want our city general fund to be holding the bag with this and going through all these disputes for years, especially because there's no guarantee in this agreement. So those are my questions.
Okay.
I heard that, City Manager.
Thank you. Thank you, City Council.
I heard that.
All right. Thank you, Council and Stadium Authority Board. A robust set of questions, all of which I think we can answer very straightforward. Some may require additional follow-up information or pointing to others that are here, but very much in the spirit of the agreement. So why don't we start, Glenn? I think you and I can tag team these. There may be one or two where we have a representative from the 49ers and the Bay Area Host Committee on. So Nora, when we get to those, I will see if they're on and toss it to you. And so, Councilmember Jane, one of your questions was, well, what does the city benefit from this, right? You know, are these events loss leaders? And so I think by that, it's important to talk about what is the event. Oftentimes, when I've had conversations, I know when you've had conversations, people are confused on what the city's role is and what we do, right? It is very much the Bay Area Host Committee that is the regional host committee that has the commitments from the NFL and that frankly has to raise dozens of millions of dollars to put on this event. For the city of Santa Clara, they're using Levi Stadium. We're the lead law enforcement agency and some other facilities. And so part of this agreement is making sure that our costs are covered, and I think we've done that, and we'll continue to articulate that. But there are certainly additional financial benefits for the city. TOT, which we commonly know as hotel room tax, all of our hotel rooms will be filled. They are, if not fully booked. There are some rooms that are being reserved because closer to the day they rent out for a higher dollar amount, but certainly all of our local hotel rooms we anticipate being booked. Sales tax. In addition, the NFL for Super Bowl, what we heard in prior cities is that they put over 10,000 people to work for game day. And so certainly we expect a number of those to be Santa Clara residents and residents from across the region. And there are also community benefits. And I think it was announced that entities were partnering to redo a playground or an athletic field of a local school. Next, Councilmember Jane, and I will say there has been the Bay Area Host Committee has done an economic impact report for the county. I think over time that will narrow down to the city. We have also committed to undertaking economic studies post the event to compare, and so we'll have that data, and we recently mentioned that in one of our grand jury responses. I think the next question was a question about neighborhood impacts, and Councilmember Jane, you referenced the guidepost study. I will say that is a confidential study because it deals with safety at the stadium and around the stadium. But your core question was, why aren't these parties paying for it? Why isn't the 49ers or Bay Area Host Committee paying for 100%? And the key part there is, we should remember that actually did not start because of an NFL event. We committed to do that study because of a non-NFL event, a soccer event that occurred at Levi Stadium where there was a stabbing. We were conducting that work and actually recognized that some of the work that was being done by this consultant would benefit both the 49ers for regular NFL events and potentially the Bay Area Host Committee because of the major events. And so we went to them saying, will you share in the cost of this? And they agreed to do so. So that is why they're not paying for the entire cost. It actually started not involving them. The 10% NFL surcharge, I'll turn that over to the city attorney.
Very good, thank you. Yeah, under one of the underlying agreements for this event, and some of these provisions are in places you would never expect, there's a non-relocation agreement that actually excludes the imposition of the surcharge with respect to NFL events like the Super Bowl. And so there is no, under the underlying agreement, ability to impose a surcharge. The surcharge wasn't imposed in Super Bowl 50. We proposed that be applied here, and because it's not a thing the NFL, will do, that idea was heartily, rejected as part of it's not something chargeable under the existing agreements, and it was not included in Super Bowl 50, and it was not negotiated into this agreement.
Okay. The next question was around parking needs for these events, and I think that was brought up later by another council member. But essentially, the comment or question was, there will be a parking need. We typically get parking revenue. What is the plan? I'm going to speak at a high level because plans are still being developed on exactly where people will park. It's important to note that this event will not follow our normal parking patterns for several reasons. One, parking lots adjacent to the stadium cannot have vehicles there due to the safety profile of this event, and will be used for other things such as event tents, hosting operations. Also, the clientele and how people come to the Super Bowl event means that there will be much more high-capacity buses, luxury transportation vehicles, and those will operate differently, and there's a plan being worked out for where they will park, where they will drop off, as well as the Bay Area Host Committee is working and has committees that are working region-wide with VTA, Caltrain, our traffic engineers are part of that. The Stadium Authority's traffic planners are a part of that. And so those plans are being worked out. But the traffic flow will be very much different from a normal game, and our parking lots will be used differently. I'll also turn over a part of the response to the city attorney.
Thank you. Yes, parking revenues under the existing agreements for lots that are on site are tenant revenues. But as was correctly pointed out, there is provision for the city to get for off-site parking a permit, fee, and those revenues are generated and collected. However, thank you, Madam Mayor. You can ask more questions now. I've got more paper.
Believe me, I will have when you're done with your answers.
And Mayor, I was teasing you, but thank you, Deputy City Clerk.
Remember, hot mic.
Yeah, Mayor, I meant you to hear that. That was for you and I, for our mutual amusement.
Oh, yes, okay.
There is a provision for permit fees paid for off-site fees. However, as you also may recall, those fees actually are offset against the public safety costs that we can get reimbursement for. And so back in Super Bowl 50, there actually was a provision that contemplated the city council adopting an ordinance to not even charge those fees. I don't think that ordinance, ever went through. We're not contemplating anything like that here. We actually are still, that was a point raised, in the last exchange of agreements, that we need to pin that down. But the default position is that revenues that we collect, at least under the underlying, arrangement for NFL events, actually get offset against, the costs that we might otherwise receive. So we'll endeavor to negotiate that, and see where we can come out. But that's the current, structure and default position. Back to you, I think.
Okay, the next question was about slide 28, and that came from Councilmember Raj Jahal, and that was a specific question about the number. Why was it less than the total number? And when you divided half of the payment, it didn't equal $6 million. That's because the planning costs would have already been paid and were taken out, and so the number you were looking at was the delta. Councilmember Jahal had another question around Super Bowl 50. Was there a threshold or backstop? I'll turn that over to the city attorney.
Yes, thank you. Madam Mayor, Member Jahal, there was not a threshold provision in Super Bowl 50, and when we were debating the application of that concept to this event, that was one of the things I pointed to as a basis for saying there was not the intent, to have a threshold, so there was not. The idea was that we would be able to receive reimbursement, for all of our costs. I'll get to the mayor's point later on when we answer her questions about how that worked. Was there a backstop? No, there wasn't a backstop. There was a provision to explore the availability of a letter of credit in order to backstop Bay Area Host Committee's obligations. There's no evidence that that was ever pursued or obtained or tendered, to the city. So there was no contractual provision for a backstop. There was a letter of credit that was supposed to be explored, but there was no evidence that it was actually secured and presented for the benefit of the city.
Okay. The next question was around the convention center. Really questions about the formula, but that was brought up by a number of council members. So why don't we, at this point, sort of address the convention center negotiated arrangement. So that is slide 31. Let me step back yes, can you, staff, put up slide 31? So a few things. What I'm not sure if we've talked about here recently before, but what is very commonly known in the convention center industry and a model that we follow intently is when booking large events that have the potential for significant food and beverage, audiovisual, and IT services revenue, the rent is oftentimes the loss leader. And so we have a practice. The San Jose Convention Center has a practice. The San Francisco Convention Centers have a practice. We talked to those representatives, and we talked and worked extensively with our convention center management around how large events are booked when the anticipated revenue is significant. And in fact, the rent is the loss leader and is oftentimes credited to zero. As we said before, and it's frequently actually credited to zero. As we said before, in Super Bowl 50, the rent was zero, but without a structure to ensure that there was significant revenue. And so what we negotiated here was a structure that at the end of the day would get to a zero rent, but only if significant food and beverage thresholds were raised, because that is where we make our money on convention center events. That is how we employ significant union labor at the convention center. And we do not want the convention center simply to be used as a back of the house accreditation. And certainly we're in conversations with various parties around having events at the convention center so that there is that significant food and beverage revenue. And so the structure that was negotiated both provides for that incentive for Bay Area Host Committee and the NFL to actually hold those events at the convention center to actually get their credit. It also provides for a security deposit paid in 2 installments of the delta that would be due if they don't hit those credits. Once you take away the major event credit, we typically offer as a baseline for a large event with significant hotel rooms and spin-off revenue a 20% credit. That is a standard operational business model here when you have a large event. And for the business development funds for DMO, the DMO is a part of their normal budget has business development funds. They have utilized those, and so we will be going to the DMO for their board for a request. But it is, again, a standard model within the DMO operating budget to incentivize usage of the convention center, again, because rent is the loss leader to obtain these big events. And so that's why we negotiated this structure, but also as a fail-safe, in case the facility is released, the full rent of $650,000 is due. And so we do feel, while it's a unique structure because of the uniqueness of this event, it is a market-based negotiation, and it does hit our benefit, and we believe your guiding principle to frankly drive revenue to the convention center. It absolutely is a 40-year facility. While we normally do not have a lot of business in January and early February around this time, a major event is coming to town, and we just didn't want to allow the facility to go rent-free without a structure. In addition, not shown here, but we are intently working with potential tenants and the host committee to fill in spaces. And so what that means is the initial request was for, frankly, most of January. And I think a week after the game, as we were out there looking for tenants, knowing that during those early parts they would not use the entire facility, we had conversations and we booked other tenants in early January, which is why their use is not for the entire facility in those early days of January, but is a portion. So again, I know it's not oftentimes because we have a outside management company that we hire to negotiate these, the council doesn't get involved, but we certainly worked with them and were assured that this is a market-based approach to booking a large event. Next question was around NFL insurance, and while the Bay Area Host Committee and additional has insurance requirements, and there will be additional insurance purchased.
City manager, on that one, can I follow up, like why we have the reverse 40% on the first versus 30%?
It's essentially math, right? It was math to get to a total performance rent of $320. To incentivize up to $500,000 having a 40% credit, which I'm not going to do the math right now because I would get it wrong, but that amounts to X. And then the 30% from 500 to 900, those two together equal 320. And it was math to get to a total rent credit of $600,000 or $650,000. And also what was important as we negotiated that was any revenue above $900,000 doesn't have a credit to it, right? The max credit is to the rent amount, and so that will be revenue that we retain. So, okay, NFL insurance.
Yeah, I can't imagine the NFL won't have insurance, but the NFL is like the equivalent of FIFA here, and really they're going to be expecting to get things that protect them as opposed to vice versa. We have no obligation ourselves, to provide insurance to them. And instead, what we are doing is working with Bay Area Host Committee and STADCO to look at the kind of baseline insurance we're going to have anyway and determine what, risks this event presents where we might, want and need, and where they might want and need, additional forms of insurance to protect Bay Area Host Committee as an active, participant in the staging of this event and in STADCO. And so at the next, when we come back, I'm not in the front line of this. We'll have a more detailed presentation, for you about where we're at, in coordinating what the insurance is and where we expect to end up. But under the agreement, there's an obligation to coordinate on insurance, and to the extent there's a reasonable requirement for specialty insurance, that becomes a qualified event cost that also gets covered, that we're reimbursed for. So involved in a process, we'll have more description of that when the agreement comes back to you to describe where we're at as to who's buying what on the current insurance profile.
All right, the next questions were from Councilmember Kelly Cox around the financial position of the Bay Area Host Committee. A multiple part question. One was, how are they doing with their fundraising? I know that question has been asked before by the City Council, and we've asked that question. Their response has always been, as a private nonprofit, they are not releasing that information.
She's actually online.
She's on.
Zaylene
You're
is on.
taking the words out of my mouth, Mayor.
Yes.
She's online, so I will turn that over to her. And then there was a question around the payment of the deposit not being cash. We will clarify it actually is cash. And yeah, so.
Yeah, and I can, if you want, I can speak to that.
As the city clerk brings in Ms. Jan Mohammed, we will.
Yeah, and I'll speak to the advance payment question. It's not a credit, it's a cash payment. They're going to pay us cash as an advance payment towards our public safety costs.
So let me follow up with that. I do understand that we get the money in, but it still must go through a process. It's not immediately accessible. It still has to go through the reimbursement process and be approved expenses?
No.
So the money that we're going to get is 50% of the approved expenses, then not total costs?
No, it's 50% of the then estimate for the actual event expenses. So to the extent we've been reimbursed already, right, that's not an aspect of it. This isn't, and there might be ongoing, reimbursements to us when we submit monthly bills to them for the planning, expenses. The advance payment obligation is intended to get at the then estimated budget for actual event expenses for services for the events themselves. And so under the current exhibit, right, that breaks down what the costs are going to be, the actual event expense amount, which may change, right? It may go up, probably won't go down, but it may go up. Whatever that is in the November estimate, and it's currently approximately 5 million, that is going to be their obligation to pay us on, I'm forgetting the date, January 1st or December 25th. I think it's December 25th. That's right, it's the Christmas present. To actually make a cash payment to us. In other words, an advance to us for services we have not provided yet, in order to make us comfortable that those, that in effect, those services are secured, right? The reimbursement of those services are secured. In the end of the day, when we bill them for the actual event costs that we incurred, they'll get a credit of what they paid us already, and they'll owe us the balance. And so if they don't pay us that balance, or they don't pay us the advance amount itself, Stadco's responsible for making that payment. So December 25th, they have to pay us half of what the estimated project actual event expenses are as of the November 15th updated preliminary expense budget. And then once we actually accrue the expenses, we then bill them for the balance. They can, at that point, object to amounts that they're billed and go, those aren't reasonable, expenses. You've billed us for something that we didn't agree to pay you for. So there is a possibility for dispute later on, but the advance payment is an actual cash payment that doesn't require any proof of expenses incurred, because it is actually a payment towards expenses we haven't incurred yet. So that's better than what our current arrangement is when we submit our bill for public safety costs at an NFL game. Those invoices are gathered and submitted to them, and it actually frequently, and I think Ken answered this question last time with respect to the FIFA agreement, it takes some time for us to assemble those costs, submit them to Stadco for a standard NFL game, and for us to be paid. So this improves on that because, of course, it's a much larger amount. And since it's Area Host Committee and they're raising money for this, we want some assurances from them that those monies will be available. One way to do that is to have them pay the amounts up front to us. So it's not a credit. It's based on projected actual event expenses, and it's half of that on or before December 25th, 2025.
Not a credit in as much as though some of it can be contested at a later date. And if, I'm assuming that's not money in the bank that we're going to spend with the risk that we might have to.
I would not think that it would be money that we would spend, but it's money that we have. Yeah.
Can I ask a follow-up to that? I'm just trying to understand it myself.
Yeah.
So the whatever, 2 million goes into, does it go into the city's general fund?
It would go into the, I would imagine it would. Ken would have the answer to that. But since it's ultimately reimbursing general fund expenses, I would think it would go into the city's general
It goes
fund.
to the city's general fund, but every expense still has to go through that process that you've developed, that approved expense process before it could actually be spent, right? That doesn't.
In the end of the day, Mayor, there is a, if we submit a bill to them that they object to, it goes through that process.
So it goes
That's
through
right.
the process.
But not
so-
but the advance payment does not go through that process because it is by its definition advance payment.
No, I get all that.
Yeah.
So the money comes in.
Yep.
It's in an account.
Yes.
But we shouldn't spend it until the
I wouldn't
expenses
think we
go
would.
through the approved process.
That's
take
right,
it out.
Mayor. I don't think we would be spending it. It would
Right.
be set as a reserve, account.
Because we wouldn't want to owe it back
That is absolutely right.
They dispute everything.
Yeah, we're not going to recommend that you spend that money. It's going to be kept on, in effect, a dedicated account with respect to expenses incurred for this event.
All right.
That's absolutely right, Mayor.
So before we go on to the next question, I just want to answer a related question that I believe was asked by Councilmember Park, which is, how will we know when costs increase, and when will we update our estimates? So the agreement provides for 2 periods for cost estimates, November 15th and January 15th. The agreement also provides for any time there is a defined term called a material cost adjustment of over 5%, we are to provide that cost estimate. Important to note, for example, the City Council is approving labor contracts. We've had those discussions when new labor contracts were approved. We worked with the Finance Department to calculate what those costs are. That will translate into our estimates. We have hours per month estimates, and we have updated the cost, and we'll be providing it to them. And so it is an ongoing iterative process, as well as a part of the operational plan, certain assets are planned for. For example, if a certain governmental agency is set to provide an asset for free, be it state or federal government, that is not in the estimate because we don't have to pay an invoice to provide that. If in fact that government agency backs out and we realize we need to pay for that, that may be a material change that we would update the estimate for. We are also on a weekly, if not bi-weekly basis sometimes, having a conversation around equipment, right? As we said, we have equipment that we're going to buy, that we're going to lease. We are currently having conversations with acquiring some equipment, K-Rails, from other agencies and state agencies. If we're able to acquire them via a state agency where we don't pay, we don't have to rent them, right? And so the cost estimates are constantly looked at, they're updated, and we are, and in fact, even prior to this agreement being before you, but that term having been negotiated, our finance and city manager's office staff have been living by that materiality update clause.
So my question was actually a little different from that. I mean, the question was of how much delay will there be from the estimates to the actual spend? But my question was, will the city know if an expense will exceed estimates in advance of the spend? Right, and is there a separate decision process for expenses in this category where you have an expense that you're going to make and you happen to know that this expense will cause you to exceed the estimate?
Yes, there is a process built in for that. How we are currently doing that is with travel and training. We go through, we develop an estimate of what the training will cost. Once all the quotes come in, if it's higher than the estimate, we have an internal process, and we go back and update the estimate with Bay Area Host Committee. And so I will say that there is a very, very robust process that has been engaged to undertake that. And going forward, as I mentioned before, we have estimates for every service. If, for example, deployment needs to flex, and we know that in advance, we will have that conversation if it crosses the materiality threshold of 5% in the agreement. And per the dates in the agreement, November 15th or January 15th, we will do a update, material or not. Okay, so then the next question, I do think we have Ms. Jan Mohammed on the line, was around fundraising efforts of the host committee.
Thank you, City Manager. You did very well answering this question on your own, so I'm not sure if I need to jump in, but let me try. Good evening to Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
I will reiterate what the City Manager started to say, in that our fundraising efforts are going very well. Every time we sign a partner, that information is actually public, and so I encourage all of you to join our Instagram and LinkedIn channels to see the partners that we have signed on and have become Bay Area Host Committee partners. Financial terms cannot be disclosed due to our confidentiality clauses with those partners, but fundraising efforts are going very well.
Okay. So with that, there was a question from Councilmember Kelly Cox around scope creep and additional related activities, and I think the mayor also mentioned that as well with regard to hotel costs. Important to note, as we developed the initial estimates were for public safety and related costs for the Stadium Authority and immediate surrounding perimeter for the game. Once hotel information was known and additional conversations were had, and the police department interface with both the NFL and the host committee, we developed an estimate to add in the additional level of hotel security, and that is included in the $6.4 million figure that you have. What the agreement says is any other costs will need to be negotiated and talked about. At this point, we do not anticipate that there is a need for other services based on where the larger planning for the events tied to the Super Bowl will occur. We have a pretty good handle on what's happening in Santa Clara and have factored that into the cost. But as we said before, if there's a materiality change, if there's a change and we thought we were going to get X asset for free, but now we have to pay for it, we will adjust the estimates for that. But right now, we do not anticipate additional lines of service that are not already factored into the agreement.
And if I may add, there is a provision in section 2.1.1 that talks about activities, that are outside the secured, perimeter. For example, hotel facility use, and any other activities that there may be. Those are collectively defined as related activities. Those only get added on to something we provide support services for by mutual agreement. And so there is some protection to that, not just blossoming into whatever it is they want. There are certain things that have to be agreed to before we provide services for them.
Okay, the next set of questions were from Councilmember Albert Gonzalez, and it was in regard to are there regional benefits and what the regional benefits are. Certainly there are regional benefits based on where the NFL and the Bay Area Host Committee will hold their events, as well as general economic spinoff. The Bay Area Host Committee, because they are planning those efforts and has the information for across the region, I believe have reported those at a high level. And at this moment, I'm actually blanking if it was for FIFA and Super Bowl or individual. And so we should toss that to the host committee for a note on that.
Sorry, City Manager, is that economic impact?
Yes.
Yep. So the economic impact report was done many months ago. I think I referenced this for the FIFA World Cup meetings as well. For Super Bowl, for Santa Clara County specifically, there's an estimated $100 to $160 million of economic impact to the county. That's on top of the FIFA World Cup economic impact, projected to be between $270 and $360 million of economic impact to the county. To the city manager's point earlier, we will be doing a post-event economic impact update to actualize those numbers, but those are the numbers that we have to date.
Okay, Councilmember Gonzalez also inquired about the special event zone and the Inglewood agreement. I think we can certainly provide that, and I'll turn it over to the city attorney.
Yeah, I think we provided in the either in the packet or in response to questions that were posed a copy of the ordinance that the city itself adopted back in 2015. We intended to provide you the City of Inglewood agreement that's referenced, in that provision, and we'll provide that. I will say we're still discussing the best way to describe that, so there's no, misconstruence about what the expectation is, even though you're not committed to it. And so Inglewood may not ultimately be what's referenced in, in the final provision that comes back to you. But we thought that was a good, example, a recent example of a few years ago in a Super Bowl that wasn't challenged that we were using as a guidepost. The NFL's updated some of their standards, since then. That will be incorporated to the extent we're comfortable with them in the version that comes back to you. But in the meantime, we'll absolutely provide the entire council a copy of the Inglewood ordinance so you can get a feel for what's contemplated.
Okay. The next question from Councilmember Gonzalez was about the youth soccer park and field replacement, and I believe the mayor mentioned that as well. So just stepping back, what the agreement says is that any use of the youth soccer park or other city facilities would need to be negotiated, approved by the city council in a totally separate agreement. And so nothing you would act on in this agreement conveys any use of the youth soccer park. I think many of us know that the youth soccer park was provided for NFL use for Super Bowl 50. There was damage to the grass and turf. A significant process happened after that to have the damage repaired. And so we're all aware of that. Certainly the youth soccer park, given its proximity to the stadium, will be within a security perimeter, and there will be an operational impact. I know the Public Parks and Recreation Department and the soccer user groups are very much aware of that, and conversations are occurring around what the mitigations and impacts of that will be. And for the beginning part of these negotiations, because of what happened 10 years ago, there was actually zero talk about utilizing the youth soccer park. I know I had conversations with the mayor to educate me on what happened before and the damage in those conversations. And so one of the things that staff did is, as we worked with the Parks and Recreation Department, we took a look at the turf. The turf was last replaced in the grass 10 years ago when the NFL did it, and they're old and in need of replacement and rehab. And that is a cost. We've already estimated and have the cost over $5 million that we don't have budgeted to replace the turf and the fields. And so should the NFL desire to utilize those fields, we are having conversations around what that would entail. Do they not use the playing fields at all, or do they utilize them and there's cost to support replacement of those fields? And so certainly know the issues, certainly know the goalpost, and know that there needs to be additional conversations with the soccer user groups and the council before any of that occurs. But we all know that there will be an impact because of their proximity to the stadium. And one of the things that I know the user groups have talked about and the Parks and Recreation Department has talked about is that it is still crumb rubber as the infill in the turf. And if that can be changed out to a more natural cork material or a different material, that's of significant benefit. And so we wanted to explore that and have conversations. At this point, it is only conversations. And again, more information to come should there be a desire to utilize the actual playing field. Councilmember Park asked a number of questions around transit and parking and shuttles. I think as we've said before, that is, the parking lots will operate differently, and certainly there are working groups set up for that. Ms. Jan Mohammed, I'll turn it over to her if she has anything to say about transportation and some of the groups and some of the conversations that they are having with regional transit partners.
Yeah, thank you, City Manager. This is an ongoing work in progress with all of the transportation and transit agencies across the region, of which I think there are 27 or 29 that we're trying to coordinate. So not much to update outside of just trying to put together a coordinated plan across those transit agencies. I would also add that, the Super Bowl footprint is larger this time around as compared to Super Bowl 50. And so just the needs on parking, general infrastructure in and around the stadium have changed and probably are less required than in the past because of the Super Bowls and the NFL's footprint, 10 years later. So all things that are work in progress right now.
Okay. The next question from Councilmember Park was around public safety, and I think the statement was, what happens if a large event safety issue occurs in the city, and are we appropriately planned? At a high level, absolutely, the police department with state and federal agencies are at work every day planning for public safety with contingency plans. And so I know the police chief is here, but I will not invite him up because he will come up and say all of that is confidential and he has nothing to add, and he just gave a nod to that effect. But know that all of those plans and contingency plans are very much underway. There was also a question about noise monitoring. Noise monitoring does occur. We have noise monitors installed at the stadium, and anytime that there is a issue with potentially going over that, we do request information from the consultant, and that factors into the analysis. Community engagement, will there be a spend of money? I think as we noted, there has been the council's economic development and marketing committee active with a series of robust events of different types, not all planned by the city, but utilizing volunteers and other entities such as the Chamber of Commerce. We will be presenting those to the city council, as we said, at your second meeting in September. In addition, there will absolutely be a budgetary need and ask for that. And so that is being looked at and prepared as the mayor nods her head.
Definitely.
Next set of questions were asked by Mayor Gilmore with regard to the agreement. Why is it TeamCo versus STADCO, and does STADCO have the appropriate assets? So I'll first turn that over to the city attorney, but I do know that we have Jihad Beachman on from the San Francisco 49ers that can address that question.
Yeah, I may have Jihad supplement this. Mayor, I can tell you what our analysis was, because we have the same, issue, question, and concern about STADCO, as a viable entity. And the thought process was, as I indicated in my presentation, that STADCO is in the business of reimbursing us for our costs and regularly does so under our agreement with them under the stadium lease. We get over $6 million a year reimbursed, for them for public safety costs already. They're also responsible for paying the facility rent of approximately $25 million a year. Their primary asset, is their lease. And their sublease arrangement with TeamCo, whose responsibility for paying them. We do not have, it's a private company, so it's not, anything we can check, the balance, sheet on, and we don't audit them or have a right, to audit them under the terms of our contract. So for some additional thoughts, on that, if Mr. Beachman is on, I'd ask him to speak to the financial, viability of STADCO and their ability to fulfill this contingent obligation in the event Bay Area Host Committee falls short.
Great. Thanks for having me, guys, board and council, mayor and council. Thank you for letting me speak. Yeah, so for this particular one, as it relates to reimbursement of public safety costs for NFL events, it is a STADCO requirement under our lease. And this being a league event agreement that's contemplated under the lease would also fall under that structure. There are significant pledged revenues at the stadium that STADCO generates. That's what helps fund those lease payments. That's what helps fund all of those reimbursements of public safety costs. As I'm sure the board knows, there's approximately $340 million, $350 million or more of lease payments that are required from STADCO, and all of that is secured by the pledged revenue under all of our lending documents at the stadium. So there's significant revenue that's coming in to cover these amounts. Like the city attorney has mentioned, we cover public safety costs to the tune of $6 million, plus the rent, plus all the other expenses that are required under the lease on an annual basis. And so that's why we've selected STADCO, because it is a function of the requirement to fund public safety costs under the lease.
Can I ask you, city attorney, then why didn't you require that they sign a guarantee?
Madam Mayor, it's different than in the FIFA arrangement. When TeamCo was presented as the solution to that, TeamCo was not a party to the agreement, In this case, Stadco is a party to the agreement, so I don't need a separate guarantee. They're getting benefits, under this agreement itself as the tenant. And so we're getting a direct contractual obligation from them as a party to the existing agreement. Under the FIFA arrangement, Teamco wasn't a party to that agreement, so I needed to get a guarantee from them as a separate instrument.
Can I just, I'm dumbfounded by this, but let me ask you this. The Stadco revenues they come from the same place as the Stadium Authority revenues. It's ticket sales and suite rentals and things like that. So you're saying that this agreement guarantees that they will backstop the amount of money that the
Yes.
Bay Area Host Committee will not, if they're not able to raise the money for this, that your agreement guarantees that they will backstop it. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, they are making a direct covenant to us under an agreement that we have with them to pay that amount. Teamco made that commitment in a separate guarantee because they weren't a party.
I just didn't see it in this. Is there a certain area that it's in? Because I didn't see it.
Yeah, it's sorry, Madam Mayor. Yes,
You can show me later, but I didn't see
it. It doesn't use the term guarantee. It's a direct commitment to pay. It's an obligation to direct obligation to pay because it's under the.
Maybe you can point it out before the end of the
I sure
meeting.
will, Mayor.
Thank you.
But before we even get to the next question, I'll have found it for you.
Thank you.
And the next question is somewhat related because it is, what is the maximum financial exposure to the general fund of this? And we do not believe that there is an exposure to the general fund because of the Stadco guarantee. Certainly, no contract is fully risk-proof, but we do believe that the negotiated terms sufficiently insulate both the Stadium Authority and the general fund because of the direct commitment.
And Madam Mayor, it's section 6.1 of the Super Bowl agreement.
Okay, the next question was also from Mayor Gilmore, and it was a statement that the Super Bowl 50 agreement did not include a process similar to what's in the FIFA and this league event agreement, and there were no defined process for disputes. I'll turn that over to the city attorney, but I will say that we have certainly talked to staff and certainly know that there were questions and an interface with invoices at that time, and significant lessons learned, which is why we negotiated in this agreement very specific provisions with regard to qualified event expenses.
Yeah, and thank you, Madam Mayor. The Super Bowl 50 agreement actually did have provisions like that. All of the cost allocation between the city and the host committee for those costs was to be negotiated in a meet and confer process and agreed upon in an amendment to the original agreement. We actually never found the amendment to the original agreement, so it was a very vague, general, agreement. And it wasn't just you pay us anything we incur. It was a meet and confer about how those costs would be allocated. There was a dispute resolution process there to be resolved by mediation, there is some indication, although the records aren't as clear as we'd like, that not all of the amounts that were billed and were sought were actually reimbursed there. And so this agreement, while I know it's elaborate, we think by providing that, not just a meet and confer, but elaborate detail and clarity, eliminates with now a pattern of interactions under the interim funding agreements. Doesn't eliminate, but minimizes the likelihood of disputes, and has a structure that is a more reliable way for us to be reimbursed. The other issue I know you've raised, Mayor, and it's a fair one, this agreement talks about the reimbursement of actual and reasonable expenses. That is the underlying standard in our stadium lease with them as well. We don't just get to bill them and they just pay us whatever we want. That wasn't the arrangement then. It would have been very difficult to, to negotiate that now. There is an actual and reasonable standard, to it. But again, by being very specific, by having an elaborate process, by creating a pattern of interactions that we have already, I think that it makes it more likely we get reimbursed, not less. Next.
Okay, the next questions from Mayor Gilmore were in regard to a scope of services for the event, and I think that we have addressed that previously and noted that any use of any additional facilities would come back as a fully separate agreement. There was a question with regard to what stops the Bay Area Host Committee from disputing costs to delay payment. I think we've addressed that through some of the provisions, but I'll turn that over to the city attorney.
Yeah, I could maybe comment a little bit further on that. There are provisions in here that provide safeguards. Madam Mayor, it requires, reasonableness, on their part. But like with any contract, they could do that in theory, right? And then we'd have to say they were acting in bad faith. And to the certain extent, every contract has a certain underlying expectation that you are dealing with people where you have enough mutual interest or protections with respect to them that they're going to conduct themselves in good faith. Bay Area Host Committee has a reputation. They have relationships with other people where they need to stand up and own up, to their obligations. They have commitments with any number of different sophisticated actors and players that are providing them money. What binds them to, to act in those circumstances? There's contractual provisions there too, but there's a certain underlying expectation of good faith and mutual interest, that with any contract, we need to rely on. And so while there's protections built in, I think that's an important element as well.
Okay, the next question was, how long does it take us to be fully reimbursed? The process can take 90 days or sometimes a little longer. I think we've talked about this fairly extensively with regard to regular events at the stadium. In fact, the process we've been undertaking for these events through the interim funding agreements is actually payment a lot sooner than a lot of our regular events. One of the challenges with our regular events is we have to wait for costs from other agencies to come before we can submit that final invoice for the event and then be paid on that. And so it's actually much longer than 90 days. The process that we've been going through is essentially, because we're primarily at this point during the interim funding agreement and planning costs, talking about staff charges and some travel for a invoice for a month. We have to wait until the payroll period closes, as many payroll calendars, as you know, work. That last day of the month may actually be just in the first pay period. That is, really in the first month. And so it may not be until the 15th or the 13th, rather, of the following month that we can actually close the books on all payroll costs. Then that invoice needs to be put together, reconciled, and so it may take us 30 days from the last day of the month to actually get the invoice to the host committee. They have 30 days to pay, and then there could be a process of Q&A. And so typically between 60 to 90 days, we've been receiving payment. But because once we get closer to the event, and we will incur significant costs, that's why we negotiated the prepayments up front that we talked about, which is 50% of the then estimated balance paid up front, so that we don't have that lag when we're expecting millions of dollars in cost. And so we've had that conversation.
On the back end of that, there's a billing time frame for us receiving kind of the final amounts that are overdue. And Member Cox, you had asked about, timing issues, with that. And it's an interesting dynamic because it does take us internally a while to gather all the invoices and submit them even now, for an NFL event. And so in my interest in wanting to get paid as soon as possible, I was actually pushing Ken and his group to get their invoices out sooner rather than later. And so the time frame for this one, patterned after what the time frame was for the FIFA agreement, was an April kind of primary payment submittal relative to the event, right? That we'll expect to have incurred all the costs we need to by roughly no later than February 10th. They have until April, a day to be determined, I think it's April 15th, to do the preliminary payment. And then for the reasons the city manager pointed out, because there are other costs that might trickle in and bills from our outside agencies that we have contracts with to provide some of those services that we need to be billed in order to know, how much to collect. There's a subsequent final payment, provision that will happen in May. And so it will take some time, but it's designed to be as tight, as we can actually turn around, the gathering of that information and the submittal of the invoice. And then there's a certain period of time after that that they have to pay. So that's why how that's set up on the back end.
Okay, the next question was in regard to what happens if there are large unanticipated costs with the example of a federal or state official coming. I certainly know and have meetings with our law enforcement folks that are handling the planning, that they're working on a number of scenarios, and we have a process, as we've discussed, for updating cost estimates, both that are material over 5% and at 2 discrete points. If elected officials come with their own security, we don't incur that cost, but there may be additional planning that's known. Oftentimes it is, frankly, at the last minute that that they're coming, and so there's a mad dash and a scramble. And certainly I know that our law enforcement folks, as well as I, were in New Orleans and talked to both NFL, New Orleans police, and other security professionals around how that process worked. And I think that without even calling the police chief up, we are very much prepared and understanding of the implications there. Next, I think a question of why are there weaker protections in this agreement than the FIFA agreement. I think we've addressed some of that. Partly, there was a question around the guarantee, which we discussed as a direct payment, as well as some of the other payment provisions that are identical. So I think we've addressed that question. Mayor, if you think that there are other nuggets, let us know. What occurs if the Bay Area Host Committee defaults? I think we've talked about that vis-a-vis the Stadco backfill, but City Attorney, is there any additional information?
Yeah, there's provisions, Madam Mayor, for the events constituting a default that are pretty standard, with one exception. There's things there's terms that define a default. There's, as there is in every agreement, an opportunity to cure, and then there's the ability of any party to sue the other party for the default. There's a certain dispute resolution mechanism for arguments over money, and then there's another similar dispute resolution over arguments over failure to act, and those are resolved by arbitration under the terms of the agreement. And so that's what's built in for protections.
Okay. Lastly, there were a number of questions around the convention center, but we took those earlier. A question around making revenue, I think that was related to the convention center and in general. For the convention center, we've talked about food, beverage, AV, and IT services, of which a portion of that revenue goes to pay for the services, and the city keeps a portion of that revenue. Last question that we haven't addressed specifically was the credit system and why it's not money. Actually, City Attorney, I think you did address that
There was
that
a,
question.
yeah, there was a belief, and I probably didn't describe it as carefully as I could have, that that advance payment was a credit, but I think we've now clarified that it is actually a payment. Madam Mayor, and Finance Director Lee has chimed in to confirm that, in fact, that money will be held, in a separate account in the general fund and not spent.
Right. And then there was a last question around what is the market value of the convention center. Not a question that I can answer in significant detail, but I can tell you that we certainly had those conversations with our sales team at OVG that market the convention center. As we looked for additional business, we actually did find additional business during the time, both related to the Super Bowl and not. And every time that analysis was ran, it came back that a arrangement with the Bay Area Host Committee and the NFL was the most profitable arrangement for the center, especially given their VIP hosting partner on location and the type of revenue and events that those generate. We also, I know OVG contacted other convention centers for prior Super Bowls, as well as convention centers within their sphere. And we talked about that revenue at the negotiating table and what is typically expected, and did conclude that certainly a deal with the host organization and the NFL directly is the most viable. So with that, I think we've addressed all the questions tonight. If there are any more, happy to continue to address.
I have a question about the convention center. How much is the NFL taking square footage-wise of the convention center? And what's left over? And then you just mentioned that you believe that the deal with the NFL for all these credits for the convention center is better than anything we could get on the open market for conventions, even though we're having a Super Bowl right there.
Sure.
Seems like this would be the most attractive time to rent out the convention center.
Sure.
And generate revenue. I didn't understand that.
Absolutely, and I think the best clarification that I could say is, I didn't say that it's the best that we can get on the open market. I actually think we've been on the open market, and we know based on what the market has provided. We have certainly solicited business during the time that the NFL and the Bay Area Host Committee requested. In fact, that was explicit direction that was provided to our marketing agency, and they went out and sought other people during that time and concluded that this was the best arrangement for the convention center if we were able to structure a financial incentive arrangement to ensure that there was a significant food and beverage spend, and that negotiated food and beverage spend was actually informed by the convention center management based on what they thought would be needed to have the best deal based on the market that was available. And
I was going to say one of the pluses we had in trying to generate revenue for the city was having the convention center asset, but it doesn't look like we're going to make very much money from if we make anything because of the credits from the sale of food and beverage. Is there an estimate on what the city's general fund would make from the NFL renting the convention center in terms of dollars back to the general fund?
So those dollars would go to the convention center fund and the...
Which is our general fund, in essence. It's a city fund. It's not owned by the stadium authority, it's a city fund.
But it does operate similar to an enterprise fund.
I know, but it is part of our, that's where we wanted to make money. So what would we make from this lease of the NFL at the convention center?
Right. And so those precise conversations on what parties will be had are still ongoing, which is why we negotiated a incentive structure versus a firm, here is the room, here's the food and beverage spend. The on location has been out and met with our convention center staff on a number of occasions. They've been given our price sheet. They are working on preparing a explicit order for what they would need. I will say that we are very much in the time frame of how this works normally when a facility is booked and the final reservation amount is structured.
So you negotiated a credit without knowing what the food and beverage revenue would be to us, because usually they're tied together.
No, ma'am, that's not what happened. What happened is our convention center management staff worked directly with the Bay Area Host Committee and the NFL on the rental rooms that they would use. I said that with a pause because I want to go back. One of your other questions are what rooms that will they use?
What square footage are they?
I'll go back. There's a period where they have the entire facility booked. I don't have those dates right now, but we can certainly.
I thought they were taking the whole thing and then they were going to pay us fair market value for it, but this is entirely different.
So I will say, Mayor, it is a market-based structure from January 27th through the 13th. They have the entire upstairs and the entire downstairs, and with the package that we've developed, with the incentive structure, we do believe it is a market-based package. What our convention center management said, and I'll try and repeat it the way I said it earlier, was they looked at the market. They went out to other people that they thought would be interested, sport-related and non-sport related for that same time. They talked to other convention centers for prior Super Bowl and came up with a factor of food and beverage revenue that they think they needed to have the best marketplace deal. We then brought that back to the negotiating table and accomplished that through a structure, which is why you have a food and beverage spend up to $900,000. A total food, beverage, AV, and IT spend of $900,000. And so
they can spend up to $900,000 and get all those credits. So
yes, that is the structure, and that is, as we've said before, convention centers, when there's significant economic spinoff, the rent is the loss leader.
I understand the loss leader concept.
We were able to confirm that with both the San Jose Convention Center, the San Francisco Convention Center, and stated from our management.
City manager, I understand the loss leader concept, but usually with a loss leader, you have to have a minimum of what you're going to spend. That's usually what our convention center offers. To have that, to waive those fees, the minimum that is spent, and you guarantee the minimum. So that's why I wanted to know what did they guarantee to get those offsets?
And that's exactly what this is. It's a guarantee. In order to get the credit, the full credit, they have to spend $900,000.
$900,000.
If they don't spend that, then they don't get the full credit and they have to pay the rent. If they cancel, they have to pay the full rent of $650,000.
But if they do spend the $900,000, they get their deposit back.
Yes, if they spend
Yeah, I think I
$900,000
read
or
that,
more,
yeah.
they get the full deposit back. Right. And so also from January 17th through January 26th, there are 12 meeting rooms that are reserved. There's a theater and a portion of downstairs, with the exception of the grand ballroom. That was negotiated in particular because we have tenants that will use all the other spaces during that time when they're not renting it. They actually wanted it for the full time. We backed that reservation down because we had tenants that wanted to use the building. They agreed to consolidate their usage of the building so we could have those additional tenants, and we're in the process of booking them.
Interesting. All right, Vice Mayor Cox.
Thanks, guys. I'm sorry, I'd like this to be over, but just two more questions that popped up. I want to understand this rules for equipment here. It seems like a too good to be true kind of thing. This says that the Bay Area Host Committee is responsible for any event equipment, which I'm assuming could even be like the Jumbotron or stadium needs. But then at the end of the Super Bowl, it is retained by the city completely. For our future release, and we get it outright then to lease back to them if we choose. So I want to understand that. And it says that it only requires the Bay Area Host Committee's prior approval to do the spending, but it sounds like the equipment becomes ours then. The other thing I wanted a little bit more clarification on, which maybe I zoned out when we were going through these, but I want to understand where the agreement that we're talking about with the league draft, if there are any opportunities for that to bleed into our current budget with Manco and Stadco. For example, in a worst-case scenario, if it ended up that there was money that they owed us at the end of the day and perhaps didn't want to pay, could they use that then against what we owe them currently in our stadium budget? I mean, are there safe holds in place to say that the Super Bowl is its own event and will not go into existing debits and credits that we have with the team and Team Co and Stadco right now? Are they independent, or could that happen? Could these charges bleed into our current budget?
Yeah, that's a really great question. I'm going to have you lawyer some of these agreements for me. There is actually an explicit provision for that isolates the Stadco's responsibility to backfill away from any of those obligations. So they're not allowed to offset any other obligations they have under any other agreement. And with respect to the special rules for equipment, yeah, that's. I went over it quickly, and it's makes sense, but it takes a little bit of time to go through it. I'll go through it a little bit again for you to understand it, and then we can talk further about it if you'd like offline. But it's not too good to be true. It's a kind of a nuanced, provision. Chuck Baker, working with the police department and with Bay Area Host Committee representatives, have been curating a list of equipment that we believe is necessary, so-called required event equipment. And it's not like jumbotrons or anything. Yeah, it's public safety, related equipment related to the provision of support services. And to the extent we can lease or borrow that equipment, that is supposed to be a priority, so that if we lease it, we would pass on the lease costs to them. If we borrow it, then it would be free, and there would just be probably an administrative cost, with providing it to them. If the equipment needs to be purchased, and it's only going to be used for the Super Bowl event itself, they have to approve that before we purchase it. So if we're purchasing something and saying to the Bay Area Host Committee, you've got to pay for all of this, that's a kind of meet and confer process and approval of whether or not we're going to buy that or not. And if in fact we are going to retain, if instead we're going to retain purchased equipment, then but we need to purchase it and we can't lease it, or otherwise borrow it. That is going to be leased to them at a reasonable rate, and then they're responsible for paying the lease costs. And there's a formula in there for, determining what the reasonable lease cost, would be.
Can I give an example of that?
Yes, please.
An example of that is a mobile command vehicle that council approved a few months ago, where we needed one, not just for this event, but ongoing. And so, like our other equipment, we advance the cost, and when it's used for Super Bowl, FIFA, or regular NFL games, there'll be a lease cost paid for it.
So there's more nuances to that, but that's the essential, relationship. There's a preference for leasing and borrowing if we need to buy it. Then there's provisions depending upon whether or not it's only going to be used for the Super Bowl or whether or not we're going to retain it. If we're going to retain it, we lease it to them at reasonable rates.
Do we have a solid enough definition for required event equipment then?
That is, yes, we do, but it is a process that we're working on right now, that the intent is to have final before it comes back to you. So there'll be an agreement on what that means before we go forward.
Is there any other questions from anybody? I just want to make my final comments about this. I know this is study session, there's no action taken, but based on everything I heard tonight, I'll tell you what my concerns are with this draft, is that the city is going to have to front a lot of payments in terms of millions of dollars for both Super Bowl and World Cup, and they're very close together. And in Super Bowl, they're only going to deposit 50% of the projected event costs advanced to the city. And we actually won't, because of this cumbersome, which I really don't like, reimbursement process of approved costs, we won't even be able to spend it because we have to go through the cumbersome process of getting our costs paid back. So we're going to be fronting $6+ million out of our general fund for all of the event costs for Super Bowl, $6+ million. And then when it comes to World Cup, we're going to be advancing millions with, in this case, with Super Bowl, with no security instrument, no letter of credit, no bond, nothing that will guarantee it. But what I heard tonight from our representatives from the Bay Area Host Committee and STADCO is that the Bay Area Host Committee is doing very well in their fundraising, and STADCO has plenty of assets. That's what I heard. So I don't see why they can't provide us with a letter of credit or some kind of guarantee that they will be paying those costs back. So our public knows, hey, we're fronting all these millions, but we have a guarantee that we're going to get paid back. An option would be to, instead of giving us 50% of the projected costs, give us 100% of the projected costs. We're a small city. We shouldn't be funding $6+ million for this one, and I don't know, what's the other one, $12 million? I can't even remember what FIFA was, without, guarantees. At least on the FIFA contract, there's Teamco guarantees, but again, everything has to go through that weird, cumbersome reimbursement process. The dispute resolution delays could tie us up in escrow arbitration for months or years, and without us being reimbursed. I'm concerned about that. I think we need to tighten that up. And the scope of services, I'm glad to hear that the hotel was included in that scope of services, because that's a 24/7 security obligation from our city to make sure that the players, whoever we get in the team, is secured in the hotel. That happened to us last time. That was a very expensive endeavor, but we did it very well. So I would just like to see some kind of better funding in advance, either 100% advance funding, some kind of letter of credit or bond, because they both said both organizations are doing very well. So that shouldn't be an issue. Limit the scope to whatever is specific about what we're going to do, because I don't remember reading about the team's hotel in the agreement, so make sure that it's specific as to what's expected of especially our public safety that's not adjacent to the stadium. I would like to just, I didn't even ask about the costs associated with arbitration and the legal costs. Are the costs split? Are they, whose responsibility? Because that really could cost us a lot of money in terms of this arbitration. And city attorney, do you know?
Yeah,
what
I can speak. I don't know the exact cost of it, Mayor, but
Not the cost, but how they're handled.
I do know that. It's in the agreement. Each party bears its own costs in those disputes, and we split the arbiter costs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good.
And the thought with that, Mayor, is arbitration is a lot cheaper than full-blown litigation.
We went through arbitration with the rents that they paid, which took us, 3 years?
It can still be protracted and expensive, just less so.
And was so expensive.
Yeah.
So,
Understood. I'm not trying to play it down to nothing,
especially
but it's...
with this organization,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, understood, Mayor.
So we want to make sure also, if there's an unanticipated event, like a president visiting or something like that, we want to make sure that our costs are going to be reimbursed without going through a cumbersome process. We need to have those guaranteed that we're going to have our costs reimbursed, because that's something we didn't plan on. And again, we'll be fronting the millions. Equipment purchases, they should all be, they should remain with the city, whatever is purchased. It should be our property. And I think that this would make me comfortable with this agreement, knowing that our general fund's protected. We can tell our residents that, we may be fronting, but we have a guarantee that we're going to be paid back for everything in the form of something we can show them, or 100% advance funding for the expenses. So those are just my comments. Councilmember Park.
Yeah, I hear all the concerns about the general fund. I hear all the concerns about what the city has to pay, and I hear the concerns that the mayor is putting out about we're a very small city, paying millions of dollars. I mean, upfronting millions of dollars for these events. And as a resident, I never knew this, but as a council member, I know this quite well. I remember when I thought $60 million was a lot of money to be in debt with, when 15 years ago, that was our infrastructure debt, $60 million. Then by 2020, it ballooned to $600 million. And now we're talking about a budget for this city, Santa Clara, smaller, fewer people than Sunnyvale, twice as large as Cupertino, home of Apple, of $1.7 billion biannual budget. And even if we took out the expenses for Silicon Valley Power, let's give them $700 million. That leaves us with a city budget multiple times that of other cities our size. And when I think about the budget that we have, when I think about the funds that we can spend, when I think about the infrastructure that we've lost, we've given up the International Swim Center, we're essentially given up Great America. Great America, there's kind of no turning back for Great America. When I think about all the things that this city could do, and then I think about the budget that this city has, when people tell me that this city is too small to be putting $6 million, looking at a $1.7 billion budget, it blows my mind how much we have not gotten done in the last 10, 15, 20 years with our budget multiple times that of other cities. I think that general fund is certainly something really good we need to look at, but when we look at how much money this city is bringing in and spending, I think people really need to take a look at where that money is being spent. We need to look at what other cities are doing, like Sunnyvale. They've revitalized their downtown. They're building 2 12-story skyscrapers. Cupertino, they've remade their Main Street. They've redone their civic center. Like, I understand the concerns about the general fund. I understand the amount of monies involved in these events. But at the same time, holy cow, do those pale in comparison to our budgets? And we as a city, especially the residents, really need to think about what it means to live in a city that has a budget of $1.7 billion. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that likes to make comments? If not, do we note and file this, or we take no action? City Attorney, do we do anything?
If we can have the last slide of the presentation up. There's no action required. It's really direction to staff to bring back the proposed event agreement, which is currently scheduled for September 16th. I think we've taken all your comments, certainly closing comments by the mayor. We will note all of those and bring back an agreement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. We only have one more item, so let's get through it so we can go home.
Yes, and Madam Mayor, if I might, before you
Yes.
take up that item as this final item, relates to me in terms of my employment here. I will recuse myself from advising you on the item and leave the dais for you to discuss that without my brooding presence.
Thank you. Does that mean you get to go home?
No,
Oh.
I actually wanted to say one last thing about the charter review.
It means I get to play attorney, though.
City Attorney, what do you think about this? You don't want to raise? Okay. All right, very good. All right. Next item we have, hold on, trying to get there. Okay, that's it. All right. All right. Item number 5, action on approval of 1, second amendment to the city attorney employment agreement, and 2, resolution approving and adopting the updated salary plan that includes the classification of city attorney. Recommendation 1, approve modifications to the compensation package for the city attorney, including a cost of living salary adjustment for the city attorney of 4%, retroactive to March 1st, 2025, resulting in a new annual salary of $370,461.12. B, employer contribution to the employee's deferred compensation plan in the amount of $300 a month, retroactive to January 1st, 2025. C, increase to the employer contribution for healthcare to align with the Unit 9 MOU. And D, modification of the performance appraisal process. Number 2, approve and authorize the mayor to sign amendment number 2 to the employment agreement with City Attorney Glenn R. Googans. 3, adopt a resolution updating the unclassified salary plan effective March 1st, 2025, approved August 26th, 2025. I have a question. Since there's a modification to the benefits, why do we not have the total compensation here? Since we modified the benefits, so I'd like to read into the record what the total compensation is. Do we have that? Through city manager. I see, I already think you're the attorney.
I'll invite Assistant City Manager Araceli Azevedo.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Araceli Azevedo. So the total compensation is listed in the fiscal impact section of the memo. So we did outline that in the second paragraph.
I don't have that in front of me. Can you please tell me what it is?
$564,000.
Even?
It's approximate.
Approximate.
Okay. Because the benefits were modified.
Yes, we are modifying
Right.
the healthcare benefit.
All right, so, council? Hello?
A motion to approve.
Councilmember Gonzalez, you have to put your light on. Councilmember Gonzalez, would you like to make the motion?
Oh, yeah, I'll make the motion to the recommendations. So approve modification to the compensation package for the city attorney, including A, cost of living salary adjustment for city attorney of 4%, retroactive to March 1st, 2025, resulting in an annual salary of $370,461.12. B, the employer contribution to the employee's deferred compensation plan in the amount of $300 per month, retroactive to January 1, 2025. C, increase employer contribution for healthcare to align with the MOU Unit 9. And D, modification of the performance appraisal process. And then at number 2, approve and authorize the mayor to sign amendment number 2 to the employment agreement with City Attorney Glenn R. Googans. I don't know if I said that right, but. And 3, adopt a resolution updating the unclassified salary plan effective March 1st, 2025, approved August 26, 2025.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
So we have a motion by Councilmember Gonzalez, second by Councilmember Jane. Let's go to the public. Oh, wait a minute. Councilmember Gonzalez, your light's still, do you have a comment? Okay. Let me go to the public. Is there any member of the public that would like to speak on this issue? Seeing none. City Clerk, when you're ready. Assistant City Clerk.
Okay, motion on the floor is recommendation. Number 1, approve modifications to the compensation package for the city attorney, including a cost of living salary adjustment for city attorney of 4%, retroactive to March 1st, 2025, resulting in a new annual salary of $370,461.12. B, employer contribution to the employee's deferred compensation plan in the amount of $300 a month, retroactive to January 1st, 2025. C, increase to the employer contribution for healthcare to align with the Unit 9 MOU. And D, modification of the performance appraisal process. Number 2, approve and authorize the mayor to sign Amendment Number 2 to the employment agreement with City Attorney Glenn R. Guggens. Number 3, adopt a resolution updating the unclassified salary plan effective March 1st, 2025, approved August 26, 2025.
Please register your vote. And that passes 5-1. All right. Reports of members, special committees, and council member 030 requests. Anybody? I knocked myself out, so. Does anybody have their hand up?
No.
Okay. City manager, executive director report?
No report.
Then I move that this meeting is adjourned.
Did the attorney have something to say before the
Meeting's
meeting ended?
adjourned. You got your raise, so there you go.